Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was late and I was dead tired. I'd been on the road for hours and my eyes were starting to burn from staring at the highway. When I saw the old motel on the side of the road, I barely thought twice. It looked a little run down, sure, but at that point, all I cared about was getting off the road and into a bed. So I pulled over, got out of the car, and walked into the tiny lobby, which was empty except for the night manager behind the counter. The guy didn't say much. He handed me a key, muttered something about checkout times, and went back to whatever he was doing behind the desk. I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to get to the room and crash. The room was near the end of a long hallway, facing an empty parking lot. There was a single street lamp out front, casting a dim yellow glow over the lot. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and locked it behind me. The room was simple. There was a bed, a dresser, and a TV bolted to the wall. The wallpaper was peeling a little around the edges, and the place smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals, but it was good enough. I dropped my bag on the floor, pulled off my shoes, and took a deep breath. Finally, I could relax. I felt sticky and grimy from the drive, so I headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. When I turned on the bathroom light, it flickered for a moment before buzzing to life. I twisted the shower knob, letting the water run to warm up, and that's when I saw it. A tiny hole in the wall just by the sink. It was small, maybe the size of a pencil, but it was cleanly drilled and looked like it went all the way through to the next room. I leaned in closer, squinting at it. My first thought was that it must have been left over from some repair or renovation. I mean, maybe someone drilled it by mistake and just never patched it up. But something about it didn't sit right with me. It was just too clean, too intentional. I shook my head, grabbed some tissue from the bathroom counter and stuffed it into the hole. It wasn't perfect, but it covered it up well enough. I took my shower as quickly as I could, trying to ignore the creeping feeling of unease that had started settling in my gut. Even after I dried off and dressed, though, I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back into the main room and turned on the TV, hoping the noise would drown out my nerves. I flipped through a few channels, settling on some old sitcom rerun. But my mind kept drifting back to that hole. I kept glancing over at the bathroom door, half expecting something or someone to come through. Then I heard it. A soft knock on the wall, coming from the bathroom. I froze, my heart pounding. It was faint, not loud enough to be definite, but clear enough that I knew it wasn't just the plumbing. I sat there, staring at the TV screen without actually seeing it, straining my ears for any other sounds. Nothing. The room fell silent again, the only noise coming from the TV. After a few minutes, I told myself I was just imagining things. Maybe I was jumpy because of the drive, or maybe it was just the creaks and groans of an old motel. I took a deep breath, forced myself to relax, and went back to watching TV. Another knock. This time, louder. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't want to go back into the bathroom, but I couldn't stop myself. I stood up slowly, walked over, and opened the bathroom door. Everything looked normal, except that the tissue I'd stuffed into the hole was gone. I just stood there for a second, staring. Someone had pulled it out from the other side. My mind went blank, and I felt my heart pounding harder in my chest. My hands were shaking as I grabbed another wad of tissue, shoved it into the hole, and pressed it in as tightly as I could. I stepped back, still trying to breathe normally, telling myself it was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was on the other side of that wall, watching. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door, and went back to sit on the edge of the bed. I kept my eyes on the bathroom door, listening, waiting. A few minutes later, I heard it again. A soft, scratching sound. I didn't want to check, but something inside me wouldn't let it go. I got up, walked back to the bathroom, and looked. The tissue was gone again. My stomach dropped and my hands started shaking harder. I leaned in, pressing my ear against the wall, trying to hear anything from the other side. Nothing. Just silence. I backed away slowly, closed the bathroom door, and locked it. Then I went back to sit on the bed, trying to calm myself down. It was nothing, I told myself. Just a fluke. Someone must have drilled that hole and forgotten to patch it up. No big deal. But every sound in the room seemed louder, sharper. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was just out of sight, waiting. The TV buzzed in the background, but I couldn't focus on it. I kept glancing at the bathroom door, half expecting it to swing open. My mind started racing with worst-case scenarios. Was there someone in the next room? Was it the night manager, sneaking around, watching through the walls? Or was it something else, something worse? My heart raced as I tried to push those thoughts away, tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. But then, just as I was about to settle down again, I heard it. A soft, deliberate scratching like someone dragging their nails against the wall. I sat up, my pulse racing. I didn't want to go back in there. Didn't want to see if the tissue was gone again. But I knew I wouldn't be able to rest until I checked. So I took a deep breath, got up, and walked over to the bathroom door. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. The hole was empty. The tissue was gone, and the hole stared back at me, a dark, empty void in the wall. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I backed away, closed the bathroom door, and sat down on the bed, clutching my arms around myself. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of someone lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to make a move. I kept my eyes fixed on the bathroom door, my body tense, ready to run at any second. I didn't know if they would come through that hole or if they'd try to break in from the outside, but I felt like prey, like something was circling, waiting for the right moment. I spent the rest of the night sitting there, staring at the bathroom door, not daring to close my eyes. Every sound made me jump, every creak and rustle in the room setting my nerves on edge. I felt trapped, alone in that room with something just beyond the wall, something that knew I was there, knew I'd seen the hole, and didn't care. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the window, I grabbed my bag and bolted out of the room. I didn't even bother to check out or say anything to the manager. I got in my car, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles down the road, the motel long out of sight, and only then did I start to breathe normally again. Even now, I can't shake that feeling, that sense of being watched. I don't think I'll ever be able to stay in a roadside motel again. It felt too real, too close. And somehow I know that whoever, or whatever, was watching me that night, they're still out there, waiting for the next person to stumble into that room, to find that tiny hole in the wall. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed another night. Would they have come through? I moved into the house thinking it was a steal. It was a bit old, sure, with creaky floors and that weird smell old places have. But the price was unbeatable. I didn't question it much. I was just glad to have somewhere cheap, somewhere to call my own for a while. The first few days, everything seemed fine. I got used to the place, unpacked, made it feel a little more like home. It was quiet, no strange noises, no creepy neighbors, just me in the house. Then I found the first note. It was hidden under the bathroom sink, tucked behind one of the pipes, almost as if it wasn't meant to be found. I was cleaning up, trying to make the place feel fresh. And there it was, a small piece of paper, torn and a little wrinkled. The handwriting was messy, like someone had scribbled it down in a hurry. It just said, "Be careful. He knows." I stared at it, feeling a strange mix of confusion and unease. I had no idea who he was or what he supposedly knew. My first thought was that it was just some leftover scrap from the previous tenant. Maybe a joke, maybe a weird prank. I crumpled it up and threw it in the trash, shrugging it off. It was weird, sure, but it didn't mean anything to me. A couple of days went by, and I mostly forgot about it. I was starting to settle in, get comfortable with the house. Then, while cleaning out a kitchen cupboard, I found another one. This one was taped to the inside of the cupboard door, the tape dried up and barely holding on. It was another scrap of paper, the same messy handwriting, but this time it was even shorter. It said, "He watches." This one got under my skin a little more. I tried to tell myself it was just another scrap of nonsense from whoever lived here before. Some kid playing pranks, maybe, but it felt off, like it was meant for me. I tore it down, threw it away, and decided to let it go. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I started looking around the house a little more, checking all the nooks and crannies, half expecting to find more notes. Every time I opened a drawer or cabinet, my heart skipped a beat, worried there'd be another message. But for a while, there was nothing. A week later, I was vacuuming under the bed and felt something taped to the bottom of the bed frame. My stomach dropped as I reached under and peeled it off. Another note. Same messy handwriting, same torn piece of paper. It said, "Whatever you do, don't look for him." I sat there on the floor, staring at the note. This didn't feel like a joke anymore. Whoever wrote these had gone to some effort to hide them, to place them where someone would eventually find them. It felt personal, directed, and I couldn't shake the sense that it was meant specifically for me. But I didn't know who he was, or why he was supposedly watching. I started to feel paranoid in my own house. Every time I turned a corner or looked out a window, I had this sinking feeling that someone was watching me. I'd check the doors and windows constantly, making sure everything was locked, even though I knew no one else was around. I kept telling myself it was just leftover junk, just someone messing with me, but it gnawed at me, a feeling I couldn't get rid of. A few nights later, I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I felt something hard under my pillow. My heart raced as I reached under and pulled out another torn piece of paper. This one was different, though. It was fresh, the paper crisp, as if it hadn't been there long. The note read, "He waits until you're asleep." I sat up, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Someone had put that there recently. There was no way I wouldn't have noticed it before. I looked around the dark room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was hiding just out of sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. From that night on, I couldn't sleep with the lights off. I kept the bedside lamp on, checking the windows and doors before bed, making sure everything was locked. I even went around the house with a flashlight, opening every closet, every crawl space, just to be sure I was alone. But the notes didn't stop. The worst one came on a night when I got home late from work. It had been a long day and I was exhausted, just wanting to collapse on my bed. But when I walked into my room, there was a piece of paper sitting on top of the covers, right in the middle of my bed. It didn't look like the other notes. It was fresh, the handwriting a little neater, but still messy. The words were larger, bolder. It read, "I know what you did." My heart stopped. I couldn't move. I'd never done anything wrong, never hurt anyone, never had any reason for someone to be watching me, to be writing these notes. But there it was, plain as day, taunting me. I stood there for a long time, feeling a chill run down my spine. It felt like someone was playing a sick game trying to mess with my head, but I didn't know who or why. I thought about leaving, packing my bags, and never coming back, but I was too stubborn. I didn't want to let whoever was behind this scare me out of my own home. So I set up a camera in my bedroom, pointing it at my bed, hoping to catch whoever was sneaking in and leaving the notes. For the first couple of days, nothing happened. The footage was empty, just me coming and going. I started to relax a little, started to think maybe whoever it was had finally given up. Then, 2 nights later, I found a note inside my pillowcase. I hadn't noticed it until I put my hand under my pillow and felt the paper. My hands were shaking as I pulled it out. There, in the same messy handwriting, were 3 words. "We saw you." I didn't sleep that night. I lay there, wide awake, every sound amplified in the silence. I kept hearing creaks and groans in the house, the tick of the clock in the hallway, every little noise setting me on edge. I got up a few times, checking the locks, double-checking the windows, but everything seemed normal. When dawn finally broke, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things in a hurry, throwing clothes and whatever I could fit into my bag. I was halfway out the door when I felt something hard under my hand as I reached under the bed to grab my shoes. Another note. My stomach twisted as I pulled it out, but I couldn't leave without reading it. It was short, just 3 words again. "We'll be back." I didn't waste another second. I left the note, left the house, didn't even look back. I got in my car and drove, my hands shaking on the wheel, my heart pounding like I'd just escaped something I couldn't understand. I didn't stop until I was miles away, far enough that the house was just a memory in my rearview mirror. To this day, I don't know who left those notes, who he was, or what they meant by, "We'll be back." I don't know if someone was watching me the whole time, if they'd been sneaking into the house when I wasn't there, leaving those notes for me to find. I've tried to forget, tried to push it all out of my mind, but sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I still feel that same chill, that same sense of being watched, and I can't help but wonder, are they still watching? I needed a break. Work had been brutal, and I just wanted to get away from everything, people, noise, stress. So I rented a small cabin deep in the woods. It was supposed to be perfect. No neighbors, no phone signal, just me and the trees. I'd saved up for weeks to get this place, hoping for a few days of peace and quiet, just a chance to breathe. The drive out there was long, a winding dirt road that took me deeper into the forest. I barely saw another car after I turned off the main highway. It felt like I was heading into another world. Eventually, I reached the cabin. It was small but cozy, with just enough room for a bed, a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom. A porch out front looked over a stretch of trees that seemed to go on forever. It was perfect. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. I left my phone turned off in my bag, walked around the woods a bit, enjoyed the quiet. It felt like I could finally think without all the usual distractions. That night I made a small fire, ate a simple dinner, and sat outside, listening to the wind moving through the trees. When it got late, I went inside, locked up, and went to bed, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. But the next morning, things started to feel off. When I opened the cabin door, there was a note on the porch, just lying there, folded in half, a plain piece of paper. I picked it up, thinking it might have blown over from somewhere, but when I opened it, my stomach dropped. It said, "I saw you sitting by the fire." I froze, just standing there on the porch with the note in my hand. My mind raced, trying to come up with some explanation. Maybe it was a prank, but there wasn't anyone around for miles, and I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. I looked around the clearing, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing. Just the trees and the sound of the wind. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, and tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had come by and left it as a joke. Maybe a neighbor, even though I hadn't seen any other cabins nearby. It didn't make sense, but I didn't want to let it ruin my time out there. So I put the note in a drawer, made some coffee, and tried to enjoy my day. But I couldn't relax. I kept looking out the windows, checking the porch, feeling like I wasn't alone anymore. Every time a branch snapped outside or the wind howled through the trees, my heart would jump. But there was never anyone there. Just the woods and the silence. That night, I double-checked the locks before going to bed. I lay there in the dark, straining to hear any sound, any movement outside. I told myself it was nothing, that I was overreacting. But I kept thinking about the note, about the fact that someone had been close enough to see me, close enough to leave a message without me noticing. The next morning, I hesitated before opening the door, but I couldn't just stay inside forever, so I forced myself to do it. The second I stepped out, I saw it, Another note. This one was propped up on the porch railing, almost like it had been placed there deliberately. My hands were shaking as I picked it up. It read, "I watched you check the locks last night." I felt my blood run cold. Whoever was doing this, they were close. They'd been watching me, even after I thought I was safe inside. I looked around the clearing, scanning the trees, but I couldn't see anything or anyone. It was just me in the cabin in the middle of nowhere. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there just out of sight. I went back inside, locking the door behind me again, and tried to think. Should I leave? Should I call someone? But my phone didn't have a signal out here, and I had no idea if the car would even make it back down that dirt road. I kept telling myself it was just a prank, that I was overreacting, but I couldn't stop the sense of dread building in my chest. I spent the rest of the day sitting by the windows, looking out into the woods, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The trees were still, the woods silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. By the time night fell, I was exhausted, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I sat up in bed, the lamp on, my ears straining for any sound outside. Sometime in the early hours, I must have drifted off because I woke up to the first light of dawn creeping through the window. For a moment, I felt a little better. Like maybe I'd imagined everything, like the notes had just been some weird coincidence. But then I heard a soft thud from outside, like something being dropped on the porch. My heart pounded as I crept over to the window and peered out. There, on the porch, was another note, lying right in front of the door. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to read whatever was written there, but I couldn't stop myself. I unlocked the door with shaking hands, grabbed the note, and unfolded it. It said, "You didn't sleep well, did you?" My mind went blank. Whoever was doing this, they were getting closer, bolder. They'd been outside the cabin while I slept, maybe even watching through the windows. I looked around the clearing again, my heart racing, but I still couldn't see anything. I couldn't stay there another night. I didn't care about the money I'd spent, didn't care about anything except getting out of there. I went back inside, grabbed my bag, and started packing up as quickly as I could. I threw everything into my bag, not even bothering to fold clothes or organize anything. I just wanted to be gone before whoever was out there decided to get any closer. As I reached under the bed to grab my shoes, my hand brushed against something hard. My breath caught in my throat as I pulled out another piece of paper, crumpled and half hidden in the shadows. My stomach twisted as I unfolded it, my hands trembling. It said, "You look tired." I felt like I was going to be sick. My head spun as I stood there in the middle of the room, clutching the note, trying to make sense of what was happening. Whoever this was, they'd been inside the cabin while I was asleep. They'd been close enough to leave a note where I'd find it. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I didn't even finish packing. I grabbed my keys, barely stopping to lock the door behind me, and ran to my car. My hands shook as I shoved the key into the ignition, and for a second I was terrified it wouldn't start. But then the engine roared to life, and I backed out of the clearing, my tires skidding on the dirt. I drove down that winding road as fast as I could, barely slowing down for the turns. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the middle of the road behind me watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the trees and the long, empty road. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main highway, and even then I kept going for miles until the cabin was just a distant memory. Only then did I finally start to breathe again, my hands relaxing on the steering wheel. But the notes, the feeling of being watched, it all stayed with me. It's been months since that trip, and I still don't know who left those notes or what they wanted. I've tried to convince myself it was just some sick joke, but I can't shake the feeling that it was more than that. That whoever it was, they weren't just trying to scare me. They were studying me, watching my every move, waiting for something. And sometimes late at night I can still feel those eyes on me, like I left something behind in those woods, something that's still following me, even now. I haven't told anyone the full story, haven't gone back to the cabin, and I never will. But sometimes when I'm alone, I still think about that last note, those words written in messy, hurried handwriting, and I wonder if they're still out there, somewhere, waiting for me to come back. I'd been trying to stick to a gym routine, get a bit healthier, lose some weight. I wasn't exactly a regular yet, but I was getting there. The gym I went to wasn't fancy. It was just a small place in a strip mall with a few treadmills, some weight machines, and a rack of free weights. Nothing special. I liked it because it was quiet and didn't have the whole crowd of people that made gyms feel uncomfortable for guys like me. I went in the evenings when it was less busy. It was the perfect time because most of the people who went in the mornings or right after work had already cleared out. It was usually just me and maybe 2 or 3 others, everyone doing their own thing, keeping to themselves. But one night, everything changed. It started out like any other evening. I parked my car, grabbed my water bottle, and headed inside. I scanned my membership card, nodded to the front desk guy, and went to the locker room to drop off my stuff. The place was almost empty. Just one other guy on the treadmill and someone doing bicep curls in the corner. I was glad. It meant I'd have some space to work out in peace. I started on the elliptical, zoning out to the music in my headphones, focused on my workout. About 10 minutes in, I noticed someone had come in and taken the treadmill next to me. I glanced over, just a quick look. It was a guy, maybe in his mid-30s, dark hair, kind of muscular, but not in that bodybuilder way, just solid. He looked intense, focused, eyes locked, straight ahead. I shrugged it off, went back to my workout. But every time I looked up, I caught him glancing over at me in the mirror. Not a lot, just these quick little side glances. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was being paranoid, that he was probably just looking around the gym like anyone else. But it kept happening. Every time I'd look up, his eyes would dart back to the mirror, catching mine for just a split second before he looked away again. It started to get under my skin. I felt my focus slipping, my rhythm breaking. I wasn't sure what he was looking at, what his deal was. I was tempted to just cut my workout short and leave, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he'd gotten to me. When I finished on the elliptical, I went over to the free weights, hoping he'd stay on his treadmill and leave me alone. But no. The second I moved, he moved too, finishing up his run and heading over to the weight section, settling in on the bench right across from where I was. I tried to ignore him, to focus on my form, but it was impossible. I could feel his eyes on me, watching every rep, every move. I didn't want to look up, didn't want to give him any reaction, but eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I glanced up, and there he was, staring right at me, a slight smirk on his face. I felt a flash of anger, my fists clenching around the weights. I wanted to say something, to ask him what his problem was, but I bit my tongue, forcing myself to calm down. I didn't want to make a scene, didn't want to cause any trouble. So, I just finished my set, put the weights back, and walked over to the water fountain, hoping he'd take the hint and back off. When I turned around, though, he was right there, standing just a few feet away, his eyes following me like a shadow. I felt a chill run down my spine, my pulse quickening. He wasn't even pretending to work out anymore, just standing there, watching me with this look that I couldn't read. It wasn't exactly aggressive, but it wasn't friendly either. Just unsettling. I took a deep breath, tried to act normal, and walked back to the locker room. I figured I could just grab my stuff and leave, get out of there before things got any weirder. But as I was packing up my bag, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked up into the mirror, and there he was, standing in the doorway watching me again. I felt my heart start to race, my hands shaking as I stuffed my water bottle into my bag. I didn't want to turn around, didn't want to face him, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I turned to look at him, forcing myself to meet his eyes. "Is there something you need?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He just looked at me, his face unreadable, that same smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I just like watching," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. My stomach turned, and I felt a surge of adrenaline, every instinct in my body telling me to get out of there. I didn't respond, didn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me react. I just grabbed my bag and pushed past him, not stopping until I was out of the locker room and halfway to the front door. I didn't look back, didn't even say goodbye to the guy at the front desk. I just walked out, got in my car, and drove home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him following me, but the road was empty. It was just me, alone in the dark. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see his face, that smirk, those eyes watching me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that he was just some creepy guy who'd taken things too far. But it didn't help. I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, the way he'd followed me around the gym like a shadow. The next day I thought about skipping the gym, just avoiding the place altogether. But I didn't want to let him win, didn't want to let him scare me out of my routine. So I went back telling myself it would be fine, that he probably wouldn't be there. But as soon as I walked in, I saw him. He was sitting on one of the benches, his eyes fixed on the door like he'd been waiting for me. Our eyes met, and that smirk returned, that same unsettling look in his eyes. I forced myself to go through my workout, ignoring him as best I could. But he didn't make it easy. He followed me from machine to machine, never too close, but always within sight, always watching. I felt trapped, like I couldn't escape him, no matter where I went in that gym. I started to feel paranoid, like he was there every time I turned around, always just out of reach, always watching. I tried to talk to the guy at the front desk, to ask if he knew who this guy was, but he just shrugged, said he was a regular, nothing out of the ordinary. But it didn't feel ordinary. It felt like he was there just for me, like he was playing some kind of game, seeing how far he could push me. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore him, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always there, always watching. One night, I decided I'd had enough. I finished my workout, went to the locker room, and started packing up my things, ready to leave. But when I turned around, he was there, standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. I felt a surge of panic, my heart racing as I looked around, but there was no one else there. It was just me and him, alone in that empty locker room. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He just looked at me, that smirk never leaving his face. "I told you," he said, his voice calm, almost casual. "I just like watching." I didn't wait to hear anything else. I pushed past him, my shoulder brushing against his as I shoved my way out of the locker room. I didn't stop until I was outside, breathing in the cold night air, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I never went back to that gym. I couldn't bring myself to walk through those doors again, to risk seeing him, to feel his eyes on me. But even now, months later, I still feel like he's watching, like he's out there somewhere waiting for the next time he can see me again. I'd been on the road for hours just driving. No particular destination, just wanting to get away from everything. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling, where you're just tired of everything and you need to be somewhere else, anywhere else. That's where I was. Just me, my car, and a highway that seemed to stretch forever. It was around midnight when I saw it, a diner on the side of the road, lit up by a single flickering neon sign. It was the only building for miles, and I was starving. I pulled into the parking lot, which was empty except for a rusty old pickup truck. The whole place looked like it had been forgotten, like something out of a different era. But I didn't care. I just wanted something to eat and a place to stretch my legs. I walked in, and a little bell over the door jingled. The place was empty, but there was a woman behind the counter. She was older, maybe in her 50s, with gray hair pulled back in a bun and a blank look on her face. She barely glanced at me as I took a seat at the counter. "What can I get you?" she asked, her voice flat, almost robotic. "Just a coffee and whatever you've got to eat," I replied, trying to keep things casual. She nodded, turning away to pour the coffee. I looked around, taking in the place. It was old, definitely, but clean. The kind of place you'd expect to find in a small town, not out in the middle of nowhere. She came back with a cup of coffee and a plate with a sandwich. It wasn't much, but I didn't care. I was just glad to have something to eat. I took a sip of the coffee, which was bitter and too strong, but it did the job. As I ate, I felt her watching me. Every time I looked up, she'd quickly glance away, pretending to wipe down the counter or rearrange things that didn't need rearranging. It was subtle, but enough to make me feel uneasy. "You're out here late," she said finally, her eyes fixed on the coffee pot. "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep it short. I didn't want to get into a conversation. I just wanted to eat and get back on the road. "Not a lot of people come through here at this hour," she continued, ignoring my attempt to shut things down, "especially not alone." I just nodded, not really sure what to say. There was something off about her tone, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't unfriendly exactly, but it wasn't welcoming either. I finished my sandwich and took a last sip of coffee, ready to leave. But as I stood up, she spoke again. "You should be careful out there," she said, her voice low. "It's easy to get lost on these roads at night." I nodded again, mumbled a quick "thanks," and headed for the door. But as I reached for the handle, she called out one last time, "If you get turned around, just come back here. We'll take care of you." There was something in her voice that made me hesitate, but I brushed it off and walked out. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. It was late, I was tired, and she was probably just making small talk. I got back in my car, started the engine, and pulled out of the parking lot. The road was dark, the only light coming from my headlights. I kept driving, trying to shake off the weird feeling the diner had left me with. About 10 minutes later, I noticed something strange. The road looked familiar. I glanced around, realizing I was passing a sign I'd seen before. I frowned, checking the map on my phone, but there was no signal. I kept driving, hoping it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But after another few minutes, I saw it again. The diner, glowing in the distance. The same diner I'd just left. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd been driving in a straight line. There was no way I could have circled back. I pulled into the parking lot again, staring at the building. It looked exactly the same, down to the flickering neon sign. The old pickup was still there, parked in the same spot. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease creeping over me. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, I told myself. Maybe the road looped around without me noticing. It was late, and I was tired. That had to be it. I got out of the car and walked back into the diner. The bell jingled as I opened the door, and there she was, standing behind the counter just like before. "Back so soon?" she asked, her voice flat and expressionless. I forced a smile, trying to act casual. "Guess I got a little turned around." She nodded, not saying anything, just watching me with that same blank stare. I took a seat at the counter again, feeling like I didn't have much of a choice. There was nowhere else to go. "Coffee?" she asked. "Sure," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. She poured a cup and set it in front of me. I took a sip, hoping it would help me wake up, clear my head. But it tasted exactly the same as before, bitter, too strong. I put the cup down, feeling a little sick. As I sat there, I glanced at the clock on the wall. It hadn't moved. The hands were stuck at the exact same time they'd been when I first came in. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice breaking through my thoughts. "Yeah," I said quickly, forcing a smile. "Just tired, I guess." She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. There was something in her eyes, something almost pitying, like she knew something I didn't. I finished my coffee and stood up, not wanting to stay there any longer. "Thanks for the coffee," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'll get going now." She just nodded, watching me with that same blank expression. I walked out, the bell jingling behind me, and got back in my car. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the parking lot, determined to keep going, to put that diner behind me for good. But 10 minutes later, there it was again. The diner, glowing in the distance like a beacon. My stomach twisted, and I felt my hands start to shake. This wasn't possible. I'd been driving straight, hadn't taken any turns. There was no way I could be back here again. I pulled into the parking lot, my mind racing. The old pickup was still there, parked in the same spot. The neon sign still flickered, casting an eerie glow over the building. I got out of the car feeling like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The bell jingled as I walked in, and there she was, standing behind the counter, watching me with that same blank expression. "Back again?" she asked, her voice flat. I didn't respond, didn't know what to say. I just stared at her, feeling a sense of dread settle over me. She didn't seem surprised to see me, didn't even look confused. It was like she'd been expecting me. "Coffee?" she asked, reaching for the pot. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I need to know how to get out of here." She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes searching my face. Then she sighed, almost like she was disappointed. "Sometimes people get stuck," she said, her voice quiet. "They drive and drive, but they always end up back here. Maybe it's something they did, maybe it's something they're running from, but they always come back." I felt my stomach drop, my mind racing. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. I'm just driving." She nodded, but there was something in her eyes, something that told me she didn't believe me. "Sometimes it's not about what you did," she said. "Sometimes it's about what you didn't do." I felt a chill run down my spine, my mind flashing back to things I'd tried to forget, things I'd buried deep down. But I shook my head, refusing to believe it. This was just some creepy diner in the middle of nowhere. There was no way it could know me, know my past. "I just want to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "Please tell me how to get out of here." She looked at me for a long time, her face unreadable. Then she nodded. "Go back to your car," she said. "Drive straight, don't turn, don't look back, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find your way out." I didn't wait for her to say anything else. I turned and walked out, the bell jingling behind me, and got back in my car. I started the engine, took a deep breath, and pulled out of the parking lot. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes focused on the road ahead. I didn't look back, didn't let myself think. I just drove, hoping that this time I'd finally be free. But after 10 minutes, there it was again. The diner glowing in the distance, waiting for me. I needed a break. City life was getting to me, and I figured a few days in a quiet, isolated cabin would do the trick. The cabin I rented was miles away from any main road, deep in the woods. I'd found it through a listing online, and the pictures made it look perfect. Simple but comfortable, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. Exactly what I needed. The drive was long, and as I turned off onto a dirt path that twisted through the forest, I felt that quiet excitement of being alone with nature. I reached the cabin just as the sun was setting. It looked just like the pictures. A single-story wooden cabin with a small porch out front set in a little clearing. There was a fire pit outside, a stack of firewood by the door, and a thick forest surrounding me on all sides. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and went inside. The air was musty, but not in a bad way. Just that earthy smell of a place that hadn't been aired out in a while. I opened the windows, let the cool evening air drift in, and unpacked a few things. There was no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, but that was part of the appeal. I wanted to unplug for a few days, to leave everything behind. After unpacking, I went outside to start a small fire in the pit. The sky was a deep orange, and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. I sat there by the fire, enjoying the quiet, the crackling of the wood, the cool air on my face. It felt good to just sit there, without any distractions, just me and the forest. But as I sat there, I started to feel like I wasn't alone. I can't explain it really, just this nagging sensation like someone was watching me from the trees. I brushed it off, told myself I was just being paranoid. After all, I'd been wanting to be alone, to escape people. But every time I looked up, I found myself scanning the tree line. half expecting to see someone there. The fire burned down, and eventually, I decided it was time to head inside and get some sleep. I locked the door behind me, checked the windows, and climbed into bed, feeling the weight of the day settle over me. The silence was so deep, almost heavy, and I lay there, listening to the faint sounds of the forest, the occasional rustle of leaves outside. I must have drifted off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the first light of dawn creeping through the windows. I got up, stretched, and decided to take a quick walk around the area before breakfast. The forest was beautiful in the morning, quiet and still, with a slight mist hanging in the air. I walked around the cabin, taking in the sights, feeling that sense of peace settle back over me. That's when I noticed it. A small note on the porch just lying there, folded in half. My stomach did a little flip as I picked it up. It was a scrap of paper, and the handwriting was messy, like someone had written it in a hurry. It said, "I saw you by the fire." I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked around, scanning the trees, but there was no one there, just the empty woods and the quiet morning. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, maybe some kids messing around. But deep down I knew that didn't make sense. This cabin was in the middle of nowhere, miles away from any town. There shouldn't be anyone else around. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake it off, but the note was still in my hand, and I couldn't stop staring at it. "I saw you by the fire." Someone had been watching me, close enough to see me, close enough to leave this note. I felt a surge of unease, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone had been hiking, stumbled across the cabin, and decided to play a prank. It didn't make sense, but I didn't have any other explanation. I put the note on the kitchen counter, made myself some breakfast, and tried to get back into the rhythm of relaxing. But the whole day I felt on edge. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see someone standing there, watching me. But there was nothing. Just the trees, the empty forest, and that silence that was starting to feel oppressive. That night I built another fire, hoping it would calm my nerves. I sat there, staring into the flames, trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. But the feeling of being watched was back, stronger than before. I kept glancing around, scanning the shadows, feeling my heart race every time I thought I saw movement in the trees. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I put out the fire, went back inside, and locked the door. I checked the windows again, making sure everything was secure. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound outside. The creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves. Every noise made me jump, my mind racing with possibilities. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. I didn't know what had woken me, but I had this overwhelming sense of dread, like something was wrong. I got up, moving quietly through the cabin, checking the locks, looking out each window. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching me. I finally went back to bed, lying there with my eyes open, listening to the silence. The next morning, I found another note. It was lying on the porch, in the exact same spot as the first one. My heart sank as I picked it up, my hands shaking. It said, "I watched you check the locks." I felt a wave of nausea, my mind racing. Whoever this was, they'd been close enough to see me, to watch me moving through the cabin, checking each lock. They were watching me, even while I slept. I went back inside, slamming the door behind me, locking it, feeling my breath come in short gasps. I didn't know what to do. I was miles from anyone, with no cell signal, no way to call for help. I felt trapped, isolated, like whoever was out there knew I had nowhere to go. I spent the whole day inside, barely able to eat, my nerves on edge. Every time I heard a noise outside, I'd freeze, listening, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Just the silence. That deep, heavy silence that felt like it was pressing down on me. When night fell, I didn't even try to make a fire. I stayed inside, every light in the cabin turned on, my back against the wall as I waited for the sun to come up. I was too afraid to sleep, too afraid to close my eyes. I just sat there, clutching a kitchen knife, my heart racing, my mind spinning. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of something hitting the porch. My eyes flew open, my heart pounding as I listened, waiting for another sound. But there was nothing, just silence. I forced myself to get up, to go to the door, and looked outside. There, lying in the same spot as before, was another note. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick it up. I unfolded it, my breath catching in my throat as I read the words. "You look tired." That was it. I couldn't stay there another night. I grabbed my bag, threw whatever I could into it, and ran to my car. My hands were shaking as I started the engine, and I didn't even look back as I sped down the dirt road, desperate to put as much distance between me and that cabin as possible. I don't know who left those notes, don't know why they were watching me, but sometimes late at night I still feel that same chill, that sense that someone is out there watching, waiting. I don't think I'll ever go back to the woods again. I'd always been curious about old abandoned buildings, something about the way they stood there, forgotten by time, just waiting to be explored. I'd been to a few with friends before, but this time, I decided to go alone. It was an old warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place we'd driven past 100 times but never actually explored. It looked empty, untouched for years, the windows broken, and the walls covered in graffiti. It was exactly the kind of place I loved to dig around in. I parked my car a few blocks away and walked to the warehouse, feeling that rush of excitement mixed with a little fear. The building loomed over me as I got closer, a massive shadow against the sky. There was a faint smell of oil and rust in the air, mixed with something else, something damp and stale. I pulled out my flashlight, turned it on, and headed toward a broken door that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The first step inside was like crossing into a different world. The sounds from the street faded, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the echo of my footsteps. Dust hung in the air, catching the beam of my flashlight, and every step kicked up little clouds of it. The place was huge, much bigger than it looked from the outside. Rows of old rusted machinery filled the space, and stacks of wooden pallets lined the walls, covered in layers of grime and cobwebs. I took my time, moving slowly through the aisles of machines, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The quiet was intense, almost oppressive, and I kept feeling like I was hearing things, little creaks and scuffles that made me stop and hold my breath. But every time I turned, there was nothing, just the empty warehouse and the shadows cast by my light. I kept moving, exploring deeper into the building. I found old tools scattered around, broken pieces of metal, even a stack of empty oil drums that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. I started to relax, letting my curiosity take over, checking out every little thing I found. But then, as I rounded a corner, I saw something that made my heart stop. A man was standing there, just a few feet away, looking right at me. He was older, with a scruffy beard, and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in months. He didn't say anything, didn't move, just stood there staring at me with this strange, intense look in his eyes. My first thought was that he was homeless, maybe living here, but something about him felt off. There was no sign of a bed or any belongings, nothing to suggest he was actually staying in the building. He just looked like he'd been waiting. I took a step back, raising my flashlight a little. Sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't mean to disturb you. He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept staring, his face expressionless. The silence stretched, and I felt a cold sweat start to form on the back of my neck. Every instinct in my body was telling me to leave, to turn around and get out of there. But I was frozen, my feet refusing to move. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and rough, barely more than a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. I was just exploring. I didn't know anyone was here. He shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. It's not safe. Not for you. I felt a shiver run down my spine. There was something in his tone, something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't a threat exactly, but it felt wrong, like he knew something I didn't. I'll just go then, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I took a step back, and he didn't move, didn't try to stop me. But as I turned to leave, he said one last thing, his voice even softer than before. They're watching. I didn't ask who he meant. I didn't want to know. I just turned and walked back the way I'd come, forcing myself to stay calm, to keep my pace steady. But the second I was out of his sight, I broke into a run, my footsteps echoing through the empty building. I could feel my heart pounding, feel the adrenaline rushing through me, pushing me to move faster. I reached the door, pushed it open, and stumbled out into the cool night air. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, to shake off the feeling that I was still being watched. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing in the doorway, but there was no one there, just the silent warehouse looming in the darkness. I walked back to my car, trying to convince myself that it was nothing, just a strange encounter with a weird guy. But as I reached the car and looked back at the warehouse, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In one of the broken windows, high up on the second floor, there was a figure standing there, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark shape, but I knew it wasn't the man I'd seen inside. This figure was taller, broader, almost inhuman in the way it stood there, perfectly still, just watching. I stared up at it, feeling a cold sweat break out on my skin, my pulse racing. Without thinking, I got in my car, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look back, didn't want to see if the figure was still there watching me leave. I just drove, trying to put as much distance between me and that warehouse as possible. But even now, days later, I can't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That whatever was in that warehouse, it wasn't just the man I saw. There was something else, something that still lingers, haunting me in my sleep in every dark corner I pass. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can feel eyes on me, just waiting for me to come back. I was on the subway late at night, the last train out of the city. It was nearly empty, just a few people scattered across the cars, each one lost in their own world. I'd worked late, and all I wanted was to get home, grab a quick shower, and collapse into bed. I took a seat near the middle of the car, closed my eyes for a second, and leaned back, trying to ignore the flickering lights above me. When I opened my eyes, that's when I noticed him. Across from me, maybe a few seats down, a man was staring directly at me. He was sitting perfectly still, his gaze locked on me in a way that felt too intense, too deliberate. He wasn't looking around, not glancing at his phone, not shifting his weight. Just staring. I tried to look away, told myself it was nothing, that maybe he'd just spaced out. But every time I glanced back, his eyes were still on me, never wavering. It was unnerving, but I didn't want to let it get to me. I'd been on enough late-night trains to know that you get all kinds of people, especially when the city is half asleep. I shifted in my seat, turned my body a little to face away from him, hoping he'd lose interest. But he didn't. In the reflection of the subway window, I could still see him, his eyes still fixed on me. There was something unsettling about his face. He wasn't exactly smiling, but his lips were turned up slightly at the corners, giving him a look that was somewhere between curious and amused, like he was enjoying watching me squirm. The train rattled on, and I kept my eyes glued to the floor, trying to ignore him. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer, that every second that passed brought him a little nearer, even though I knew he was sitting still. I started counting the stops, mentally ticking them off, calculating how long until I could get off. Then I made the mistake of looking up again. He had moved. He was one seat closer, his body angled just slightly, but enough for me to notice. His eyes were still locked on me, that same twisted look on his face. My heart started pounding and I felt a rush of adrenaline that told me to get up, to move, to get out of there. But there was nowhere to go. It was just me and him and a couple of other people scattered too far down the car to notice what was happening. I decided to get off at the next stop, even though it wasn't mine, figuring I could wait for another train or maybe just walk the rest of the way. But as the train slowed down and I stood up, he stood too. I felt a jolt of panic shoot through me, my mind racing with thoughts of what I should do. I didn't want to seem scared, didn't want to let him see how much he was getting to me, so I just stared straight ahead, hoping he'd lose interest or decide I wasn't worth the trouble. The doors opened and I stepped out, quickly heading toward the exit. But I could hear footsteps behind me, a steady, deliberate pace that told me he wasn't far. I glanced back, trying to be subtle, but there he was, just a few steps behind, that same creepy half-smile on his face. I felt a surge of fear, the kind that makes your hands shake and your heart race. I wanted to run, but I didn't want to cause a scene, didn't want to draw attention to myself. So I kept walking, quickening my pace, hoping he'd lose interest. But every time I glanced back, he was still there, matching my steps, never breaking eye contact. I ducked into a different subway entrance, hoping to lose him in the crowd. But as I made my way down the steps, I realized he'd followed me, his footsteps echoing off the walls. I tried to blend in, to lose myself among the people milling around, but it was like he had some kind of radar on me. No matter where I moved, he was always there, always watching. I started to panic, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he'd get bored and leave, but something told me that wasn't the case. There was something about the way he moved, the way he watched me, that made my skin crawl. I finally found an empty seat near the front of the next train and sat down, hoping he wouldn't see me, wouldn't follow. But as the doors closed and the train pulled away, I saw him again, sitting a few rows behind me, still staring, still smiling. At this point, I didn't care about subtlety. I got up, walked down to the end of the car, and stood near the door, as far away from him as I could get. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, refusing to look back, refusing to give him the satisfaction of knowing he was scaring me. But I could feel his gaze on me, feel the weight of it, like a physical presence pressing down on me. The train slowed as we approached the next stop, and I took a deep breath, my mind racing with options. I didn't want to stay on the train, didn't want to risk him following me all the way to my stop. So, I made a decision. As soon as the doors opened, I bolted out, heading for the nearest exit, not looking back. I could hear footsteps behind me, fast and close, and I knew he was following. My heart pounded as I ran up the stairs, my mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. I didn't care who saw me, didn't care if I looked crazy, I just wanted to get away. I burst out onto the street, gulping in the cool night air, and looked around, trying to figure out where to go. I saw a convenience store across the street, its lights bright and welcoming, and I sprinted toward it, hoping I could lose him in there. As I ran in, I glanced back, and there he was, standing on the sidewalk, watching me. But he didn't follow me inside. He just stood there, that twisted smile on his face, his eyes locked on mine. I could feel his gaze even through the glass, feel it like a weight pressing down on me. The clerk looked up as I came in, probably noticing the panic on my face, but I didn't say anything. I just pretended to browse, keeping one eye on the man outside, hoping he'd lose interest and walk away. But he didn't. He just stood there, watching, waiting. I could feel my heart pounding, my hands shaking as I pretended to look at snacks and drinks, trying to act like everything was normal. But every time I glanced up, he was still there, that same twisted smile on his face. Minutes passed and he didn't move. I tried to call a friend to come pick me up, but there was no answer. I felt trapped, unsure of what to do, my mind racing with thoughts of how to get out of there safely. Finally, I worked up the courage to approach the clerk. I told him about the man outside, about how he'd been following me, and the clerk nodded, his face serious. He offered to let me stay until the man left, to call someone if I needed help. I felt a small sense of relief, grateful to have someone on my side, even if it was just a stranger. We waited, the two of us standing there in the harsh fluorescent light, watching the man outside. He stayed for a few more minutes, just standing there, staring. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. I stayed in the store a little longer, making sure he was gone, making sure it was safe to leave. When I finally stepped outside, my heart was still pounding, my hands still shaking. I felt like I'd escaped something terrible, something that would have haunted me if I hadn't gotten away. It's been weeks now, and I still think about that night. Every time I'm on the subway, every time I see someone watching me, I feel that same chill, that same fear. I don't know who he was, don't know why he chose me. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes, that twisted smile that seemed to follow me long after he was gone. I went camping alone to clear my mind. I'd been through a rough few months, and the idea of getting away from everything, work, people, noise, felt like the only thing that could help. So, I packed my gear, drove a few hours out of town, and found a remote spot near a dense patch of forest. It was isolated, no sign of other campers, and that's exactly what I wanted. Just me and the sounds of the woods. I set up my tent near a clearing by a small stream, unpacked my gear, and spent the first day wandering the area, just taking it all in. It was quiet, peaceful, exactly what I'd been hoping for. I felt the tension in my body start to melt away as I walked through the trees, listening to the sounds of the birds and the rustling leaves. By the time night fell, I was exhausted, but in a good way. I made a small fire, sat by it with a can of beans, and watched the flames flicker against the darkness. The forest around me was pitch black, the only light coming from the fire. I could hear the stream nearby, the occasional call of an owl in the distance, but otherwise it was silent. I sat there for hours, just staring into the fire, letting my thoughts drift. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe, like I was finally alone with myself. When the fire started to die down, I tossed on a few more logs and stretched out in my chair, feeling a comfortable drowsiness settle over me. But then, I heard it. A faint sound, barely there, but enough to snap me out of my haze. It was like a rustling, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight. I straightened up, listening intently, straining to hear over the crackle of the fire. At first I thought it might be an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But the sound was different. Slow, deliberate, like someone was carefully stepping through the underbrush, trying not to be heard. My heart started to race as I scanned the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the glow of the fire. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was alone out here, and there was no reason to be afraid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there just beyond the light watching me. I sat there frozen, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that I wasn't alone. But after a few minutes, the sound stopped, and everything went quiet again. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, forcing myself to relax. It was nothing, I told myself. Just the woods, just the sounds of nature. I tried to go back to my peaceful state of mind, but it was gone. The calm I'd felt earlier had been replaced by a creeping sense of unease. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like the darkness around me was closing in. I considered stoking the fire, making it bigger, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. So, I let it burn low, sitting in the dim glow, watching the shadows dance on the trees. Eventually, I convinced myself to go to bed. I put out the fire, double-checked the tent flaps, and crawled into my sleeping bag, hoping I'd be able to fall asleep. But as I lay there in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every little noise outside, every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart pound, made me want to sit up and check my surroundings. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of something brushing against the side of my tent. I shot up, my heart racing, every nerve in my body on high alert. I listened, holding my breath. my mind racing with thoughts of what could be outside. I heard it again, a soft, scraping sound, like something was moving along the fabric of the tent, right by my head. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the dark, trying to keep quiet. I clicked it on and pointed it at the spot where I'd heard the sound, but there was nothing there. Just the pale fabric of the tent, illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down, but then I heard it again. This time it was louder, more deliberate, like something was pressing against the tent, testing it. I felt a chill run down my spine and my hands started to shake. I didn't want to go outside, didn't want to see what was out there, but I knew I couldn't just sit there, waiting for something to happen. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The flashlight shook in my hand as I shone it into the darkness, scanning the area around the tent. But there was nothing there. Just the trees, the shadows, and the faint outline of the stream in the distance. I sat there for a while, my head sticking out of the tent, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that something was there. But after a few minutes, I didn't hear anything else. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was overreacting, and eventually I crawled back into my sleeping bag, trying to convince myself to go back to sleep. But then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard a new sound. It was faint, almost inaudible, but it was there. A soft whispering coming from somewhere outside the tent. I couldn't make out the words, couldn't even tell if it was a voice or just the wind, but it sent a jolt of fear through me, making every hair on my body stand on end. I lay there, frozen, listening to the whispering, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just the wind playing tricks on me. But the longer I listened, the more I was sure it was a voice, a low, muttering voice, too faint to understand, but definitely there. I reached for my flashlight again, my hand shaking, and unzipped the tent slowly, shining the light outside. The whispering stopped instantly, and the silence that followed was almost worse than the sound. I scanned the area around the tent, my heart pounding, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be out there. But there was nothing. Just the empty campsite, the trees, and the darkness. I pulled back into the tent, zipping it up tight, and sat there in the dark, clutching the flashlight, too afraid to turn it off. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know if I should leave, if I should just pack up and get out of there. But the idea of going out into the darkness was even more terrifying. So I sat there, huddled in my sleeping bag, waiting for morning, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that I wasn't alone. At some point, I must have drifted off because when I opened my eyes, it was morning. The sunlight was streaming through the trees and everything looked normal, peaceful, like nothing had happened. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Whatever it was gone. I quickly packed up my gear, not wanting to spend another night out here, and started hiking back to my car. The whole time I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following me. But there was nothing there, just the empty forest, the sounds of birds and leaves rustling in the wind. When I finally reached my car, I felt a huge sense of relief. I tossed my gear in the back, climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, eager to get as far away from that campsite as possible. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was still out there, hidden in the trees, waiting for me to come back. And every time I close my eyes, I can still hear that faint whispering, echoing in my mind, like a memory I can't escape. I went hiking alone that day, a decision I started to regret almost immediately. It was supposed to be a simple day trip, a chance to get out, clear my head, and be alone with my thoughts. I'd done this trail before, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. It was supposed to be an easy, familiar hike, but something about it felt different that day. The sky was overcast, the forest seemed darker, and there was an eerie silence in the air that I couldn't shake. The trail started out easy enough. I was moving at a steady pace, taking in the sounds of the forest, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the distant chirping of birds. But as I got deeper into the woods, the sounds began to fade. It was subtle at first. I thought maybe the birds had moved on or the wind had died down. But after a while, I realized it was more than that. The forest was too quiet, unnaturally so, like everything had just stopped. I brushed it off and kept walking. I wasn't going to let a little silence get to me, but as I continued along the trail, I started to feel a strange sensation, like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it, couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from, but it was there, a gnawing feeling at the back of my mind. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there. But every time I looked, there was nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the empty trail stretching out behind me. I kept walking, trying to ignore the feeling, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But the further I went, the stronger it got. It wasn't just a passing thought anymore. It was a constant presence, pressing down on me, making my skin crawl. I started hearing things, faint sounds coming from somewhere behind me. Footsteps, soft and slow, crunching leaves in sync with my own. I stopped in my tracks, holding my breath, listening. The forest was silent again, the footsteps gone. I stood there for a long moment, straining to hear anything out of place. But there was nothing, just the sound of my own breathing, the pounding of my heart echoing in my ears. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind, and continued on. But the feeling didn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that something was following me, something that moved when I moved, stopped when I stopped. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to catch a glimpse of I didn't even know what. I was starting to feel foolish, like a kid spooking themselves in the dark. But the fear was real, and it was getting harder to ignore. After a while, I decided to pick up the pace, hoping I could outrun whatever was lurking behind me. My footsteps quickened, my breathing grew heavier, and I kept my eyes fixed on the trail ahead, refusing to look back. But no matter how fast I walked, the feeling was still there, hovering over me, closing in. Then I heard it again, the footsteps, this time louder, closer. They were unmistakable now, matching my pace, echoing through the trees like a shadow I couldn't escape. I stopped dead in my tracks, spinning around, my eyes scanning the forest. But there was no one there, just the empty trail stretching out behind me, winding through the trees. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know whether to keep moving or turn back. But the thought of going back the way I'd come, of walking toward whatever was following me, made my skin crawl. So I did the only thing I could think of. I kept moving forward, hoping the feeling would go away, hoping I'd find someone else on the trail, some reassurance that I wasn't alone. But as I kept walking, the footsteps grew louder, more insistent, like whatever was following me was getting bolder, closing in. I started to panic, my thoughts racing, my heart pounding in my chest. I quickened my pace, breaking into a jog, hoping to put some distance between me and whatever was behind me. But the footsteps matched my pace, speeding up, closing the gap. I was running now, my feet pounding the ground, my breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back, didn't want to see whatever was following me. I could feel it, though, feel it closing in, feel its presence pressing down on me like a weight. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the footsteps stopped. I stumbled to a halt, my chest heaving, my heart pounding. I turned around slowly, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just the empty trail, the silent trees, and the faint echo of my own breathing. I stood there for a long moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But then I noticed something else, a note, pinned to a tree a few feet off the trail. My heart skipped a beat as I approached it, my hands shaking as I reached out and pulled it off the tree. The paper was old, faded, the handwriting messy and rushed. It read, "You're not alone." I felt a chill run down my spine, my stomach twisting in knots. Someone had left this here. Someone who knew I'd be on this trail. Someone who knew I'd see it. I looked around, my eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty forest, the silence pressing down on me. I didn't know what to do, didn't know whether to keep going or turn back. I felt trapped, caught between the trail behind me and the unknown path ahead. But I couldn't stay there. Couldn't stand in that silent, empty forest with that note in my hand, knowing someone was out there watching me. So I made a decision. I turned around, heading back the way I'd come, my footsteps echoing through the trees. I walked quickly, my eyes darting from side to side, scanning the forest, looking for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the empty trail stretching out ahead of me. As I walked, I started to feel a little better. Started to convince myself that it was all in my head, that the note was just some weird prank. But then I heard it again, the footsteps, soft and steady, coming from somewhere behind me. I didn't look back this time. I couldn't. I just kept walking, my pace quickening, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, closer, like they were right behind me, matching my every step. I was practically running now, my breaths coming in short, ragged gasps, my mind racing with fear. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the trail, until I saw my car parked in the clearing up ahead. I sprinted the last few yards, threw myself into the driver's seat and locked the doors, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I started the engine, pulled out of the clearing, and didn't look back. As I drove away, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, felt the fear start to fade. But the memory of those footsteps, the feeling of being watched, still lingers. And sometimes when I'm alone, I can still hear them, echoing in the back of my mind, a reminder that maybe I wasn't alone on that trail after all. I never liked motels. Something about them always felt wrong. Maybe it was the cheap feel, the thin walls, or the way every room felt like a time capsule of someone else's life. But that night, I didn't have a choice. I was exhausted, way too tired to keep driving. I'd been on the road all day, my eyes felt heavy, and my head was starting to nod. So when I saw that flickering neon sign on the side of the highway, I pulled in, thinking I'd just crash for the night and be gone by sunrise. The place was called Whispering Pines Motel, though I didn't see a single pine tree around. The sign was half broken, a few letters missing, and the parking lot was nearly empty except for a couple of old cars. It looked like the kind of place that hadn't had a visitor in years, which should have been my first warning. But I was dead tired and not picky. I parked, grabbed my bag, and headed for the office. Inside, it was dimly lit and smelled like mildew. The guy behind the counter looked up when I walked in. He was old, maybe in his 70s, with thin gray hair and glasses that magnified his eyes. "Need a room?" I mumbled, barely looking at him. I just wanted to get my key and go to sleep. He slid a form toward me without a word. I filled it out, signed at the bottom, and pushed it back. He looked at it for a long moment before handing me a key attached to a big, heavy keychain with a faded number. Room 7. "Second floor, end of the hall," he said, his voice low and rough. "Checkout's at 10. "Thanks," I muttered, already turning toward the door. I climbed the stairs, each one creaking under my weight, and made my way down the hall. The walls were peeling, the carpet stained and worn thin in places. I reached room 7, shoved the key in the lock, and pushed the door open. The room was what I expected, small, dingy, and smelling faintly of stale cigarettes. The bed was covered with an old floral bedspread, and there was a tiny TV on a dresser against the wall. I didn't care. I was too tired to care. I tossed my bag on the floor, locked the door, and collapsed on the bed without even bothering to pull back the covers. I must have fallen asleep right away because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, the only sound the hum of the air conditioner in the window. I felt disoriented, like I'd been asleep for hours, but when I looked at my watch, it was only 1:13 a.m. I closed my eyes, trying to get comfortable again, when I heard it, a soft, steady tapping coming from the wall behind the bed. At first, I thought it was just the pipes or maybe the wind rattling something outside. But the tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone knocking. I sat up, feeling a chill run down my spine. I listened, straining my ears, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from the room next door, like someone tapping on the wall, almost like a pattern. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. It was just someone messing around, I told myself. Maybe some kid or someone else staying in the next room, but something about it felt off. I couldn't explain it, but the sound didn't feel normal. I lay back down, trying to ignore it, but the tapping continued. After a few minutes, I'd had enough. I threw back the covers, got up, and crossed the room to the wall. I pressed my ear against it, hoping to hear voices, maybe get a clue as to who was making the noise. But all I heard was silence. The tapping had stopped. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I waited, listening, but there was nothing. Just the hum of the air conditioner and the faint creak of the building settling. I shook my head, laughing softly at myself. I was letting this place get to me. It was just an old motel with thin walls. Nothing more. I got back into bed, pulled the covers up, and closed my eyes. I was almost asleep when I heard it again, this time louder. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. I sat up, my heart pounding. The tapping was louder now, more insistent, and it was coming from the door. I turned on the bedside lamp, casting a dim glow over the room, and stared at the door, my mind racing. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaky. No answer. Just silence. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, every muscle tense. I walked over to the door, pressed my ear against it, and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no sign that anyone was there. I waited for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob, debating whether or not to open it. But something stopped me. Some instinct, some gut feeling, told me not to. I backed away from the door, my heart racing, and sat back down on the bed. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some late-night prank or maybe even the old man at the front desk checking on the rooms. But then, as I sat there, the knocking started again. This time it was coming from the window. I froze, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense. The window was covered by a thin, yellowed curtain, but I could see the faint outline of a figure standing outside. I couldn't make out any details, just the dark shape of someone standing there watching. I held my breath, waiting, listening to the steady tap, tap, tap against the glass. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there tapping on the window as if waiting for me to do something. I felt a chill run down my spine, my hands shaking. I wanted to get up, to turn off the light, to hide, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at that dark shape outside the window, my mind racing. Finally, I forced myself to stand up, my legs trembling, and slowly backed away from the window. I didn't want to get closer, didn't want to see what was standing there, but I couldn't just sit there either. I moved to the bathroom, my hands shaking, and locked myself inside. I leaned against the door, my heart pounding, trying to calm myself down. I told myself it was just someone playing a prank, some idiot trying to scare me. But the tapping continued, soft and steady, never stopping, never slowing down. I don't know how long I sat there huddled in the bathroom listening to that endless tapping. It felt like hours, each tap echoing in my head, driving me closer and closer to panic. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence was almost worse. I strained my ears, listening, waiting, but there was nothing, just silence. I waited a few more minutes, my body tense, before finally forcing myself to open the bathroom door. The room was empty, the light still on, casting a dim glow over the bed and the walls. I crept toward the window, my hands shaking, and pulled back the curtain, just a little. There was no one there. The parking lot was empty. The only car there was mine. I took a deep breath, feeling a surge of relief, and closed the curtain again. I climbed back into bed, my body still tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound of that tapping to start again. When morning finally came, I packed up my things and left without looking back. I didn't stop to check out, didn't say goodbye to the old man at the front desk. I just got in my car and drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. I don't know what happened that night, don't know who or what was outside my window. But I do know one thing, I'll never stay at a motel again. I was just looking for a quick break, a chance to stretch my legs after hours of driving. It was late, around 2 a.m, and I'd been on the road since dusk, crossing a couple of states in the dark. I didn't want to stop at a gas station or a rest stop, just somewhere quiet out of the way. When I saw the sign for a little rest area coming up, I figured it would do. The place was deserted. There were a few streetlights casting dull circles of light, but mostly it was just shadows. Empty parking spaces stretched out, row after row. I parked under one of the lights, wanting to be close to some brightness, and got out of the car, stretching my arms over my head, feeling my back pop. The night air was cold, a damp chill that clung to my skin. I'd only been outside for a minute when I saw her. An old woman, just standing there at the edge of the light, right by the shadows. She was looking at me, her face mostly hidden by a hood. I couldn't make out any details, just her eyes, small and dark, watching me without blinking. "Do you need help?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't answer, didn't even move. She just stood there staring. My skin prickled. I told myself she was probably lost or waiting for someone. But something about her silence, the way she didn't react, made my stomach twist. I took a step closer, hoping maybe she'd say something if I was closer. But as I moved, she took a step back into the shadows, and I lost sight of her. Just like that, she was gone, swallowed by the dark. I stood there for a second, debating whether I should go look for her, but something in me said to stay put. This wasn't normal. It didn't feel right. After a few minutes, I decided it was best to get back in the car and leave. But just as I was reaching for the door handle, I heard it, a soft voice, almost a whisper. "Help me." I froze, my hand hovering over the door. The voice was faint, coming from the direction where the woman had disappeared. I turned, squinting into the shadows, trying to see if she was there. But I didn't see anything, just darkness stretching out beyond the edge of the light. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the silence. "Are you all right?" Silence. Nothing but the faint hum of the streetlights. I stood there, torn between curiosity and the urge to leave. Part of me knew I should go, knew I shouldn't get involved. But the voice, that faint, helpless sound, it got to me. I took a step forward, then another, edging toward the shadows. "Do you need help?" I called again, my voice barely above a whisper. And then, out of nowhere, she stepped back into the light just a few feet in front of me. I hadn't seen her move, hadn't heard a single sound. She was just there. Her face was pale, almost gray, and her eyes were dark and hollow, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice soft, almost childlike. I took a step back, feeling my heart pound in my chest. "Are you lost? Do you need me to call someone?" She didn't answer. She just kept staring, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide and unblinking. I could feel a chill creeping up my spine, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to react. She looked like she needed help, but something about her, something in her eyes, told me to keep my distance. "I can call someone for you," I said, my voice shaky. "Do you have a phone?" Her gaze flickered, just for a second, and then she shook her head, the movement slow, almost robotic. Her eyes stayed on me, never leaving my face. "Can you take me?" she whispered, her voice so faint I almost didn't hear it. "Take you where?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out, her hand trembling, fingers pale and thin, almost skeletal. I took a step back, my heart pounding, every instinct in me screaming to get away, but I couldn't move, couldn't take my eyes off her. She took a step closer, her hand still outstretched, her eyes locked on mine. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my neck, my body tense, frozen in place. Her gaze was intense, dark, like she was looking straight through me, seeing something I didn't want her to see. Then, just as suddenly as she'd appeared, she stopped, her hand dropping to her side. She looked down, her shoulders slumping, and took a step back, disappearing into the shadows once more. I stood there, my heart pounding, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know what had just happened, didn't understand who she was or what she wanted. All I knew was that I needed to leave, and fast. I turned back to the car, my hand shaking as I fumbled with the door handle. But just as I was about to get in, I felt it. A cold, clammy hand on my shoulder. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, my breath catching in my throat. "Don't leave," the voice whispered, so close I could feel her breath on my neck. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was no one there. Just the empty parking lot, the flickering lights, and the shadows stretching out into the night. I didn't wait. I threw myself into the car, slamming the door behind me, locking it, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the darkness, but I didn't see her. She was gone. I started the car, my hands trembling, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there, needed to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I pulled out of the parking lot, my eyes fixed on the road, not daring to look back. As I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her face staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the empty road stretching out behind me. I didn't stop until I was miles away, parked at a gas station, my hands still shaking, my mind still racing. I didn't know what I'd seen, didn't know who she was or what she wanted. But one thing was clear. I'd never go back to that rest stop again. It's weird the things you hear at night in the woods. I'd always thought I was comfortable with being alone in nature. I'd been hiking, camping, and spending time outdoors since I was a kid. But that night, on a trail I'd only used once before, something changed. I wasn't just hearing the usual wildlife. It felt like something or someone was out there, listening back. I'd left the main trail earlier that afternoon, veering onto a less used path that I'd found in a hiking guide. It was supposed to lead to a beautiful lookout, miles away from the main camping areas. That's what I wanted. Peace and quiet. Somewhere far enough that I could sit, listen to the sounds of nature, and not worry about other people. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I'd be. It was a last-minute decision, something I wanted to keep to myself. I mean, what could go wrong? The trail was narrow, overgrown, with thick trees on either side. The sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy, making it feel later than it was. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. I could hear the occasional bird call or rustling in the underbrush, but mostly, it was just me, my footsteps, and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. After an hour or so, I reached a small clearing and decided it was a good spot to set up camp. I wanted to get my tent up before it got too dark. As the sun started setting, I built a small fire, got out some food, and settled down to eat. The forest seemed calm, almost peaceful. I could hear the wind rustling through the trees, the crackling of the fire, even the distant hoot of an owl. But as night fell and the darkness closed in, I started to feel different. It was subtle at first, just a sense of unease, like I was being watched. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But the feeling wouldn't go away. Every time I looked into the trees, it felt like something was staring back. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the fire and the sounds of the woods. But that uneasy feeling just kept getting stronger. Finally, I decided to call it a night, hoping that once I was in my tent, I'd feel safer. I put out the fire, zipped up the tent, and settled into my sleeping bag. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I heard it. a faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from the trees. I sat up, my heart pounding, straining to hear. It was soft, barely audible, like someone gently tapping on wood. I held my breath, listening. The sound was steady, coming from the edge of the clearing just beyond my tent. Tap, tap, tap. It didn't sound like an animal, didn't sound like anything natural. It was too controlled, too deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, shining the beam into the darkness. The light cut through the trees, illuminating nothing but branches and leaves. The tapping stopped. I waited, my heart racing, listening to the silence. But there was nothing, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the wind. I told myself it was probably just a branch or some animal scratching on a tree. I climbed back into the tent, zipped it up tight, and lay down, trying to calm myself. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the tapping started again. This time it was closer, louder. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't want to look outside again, didn't want to see whatever was making that sound. But I couldn't just sit there listening to it, waiting for it to get closer. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent, and stepped out, shining the light in every direction. The tapping stopped again, the forest silent like it was holding its breath. I scanned the area, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. But there was nothing, just the trees and the darkness. I backed into the tent, zipping it up tight, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself to calm down, to breathe, that it was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I lay down, my body tense, every sound magnified in the silence. I could hear my own heartbeat, the rustle of my sleeping bag, the faint rustling of leaves outside. But the tapping didn't come back. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body tense, my mind racing, waiting for something to happen. And then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from right outside the tent. My breath caught in my throat, my body freezing. The scratching was slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their fingers across the fabric of the tent. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just lay there, listening, every nerve in my body on edge. The scratching moved along the side of the tent, slow and steady, like whoever or whatever was out there was circling, feeling its way around. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. An animal wouldn't move like that, wouldn't make that kind of noise. This was something else, something with intent. I gripped the flashlight, my hands shaking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed, trapped by fear. The scratching stopped, replaced by silence, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. And then I heard it, a faint whisper, so soft I almost didn't catch it. Come out. My blood ran cold, my hands shaking. The voice was barely audible, like it was coming from a great distance, but it was there, clear and unmistakable. Come out. I held my breath, my body frozen, every instinct screaming at me to stay put, to not make a sound. But the voice continued, soft and insistent, like it was calling to me, coaxing me out. I didn't respond, didn't move. I just sat there, clutching the flashlight, my eyes fixed on the zipper of the tent. I could feel my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, my mind racing. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The forest was silent again, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I waited, my body tense, listening for any sign of movement, any hint that whatever was out there was still close. But there was nothing. Just silence, stretching out into the night. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I just sat there, clutching the flashlight, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting, every muscle in my body tense. I told myself that as soon as it was light, I'd pack up and leave, that I'd get out of there and never come back. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, dawn broke, casting a faint light over the forest. I stumbled out of the tent, my body stiff, my mind foggy from lack of sleep. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking, my eyes darting to the trees, half expecting to see someone, or something, watching me. I didn't stop to eat, didn't stop to rest. I just threw everything into my pack and started down the trail, my legs shaking, my heart still racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, listening for any sound, any sign that I was being followed. But the forest was silent, empty, like it was holding its breath, watching me leave. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack into the trunk, climbed in and started the engine, my hands gripping the wheel. I didn't look back, didn't take one last glance at the trailhead. I just drove, my eyes fixed on the road, my mind racing, the memory of that whisper still echoing in my head. I don't know what I heard that night, don't know who or what was out there in the woods, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never go camping alone again. I wasn't planning to stop at that gas station. I'd been driving for hours, crossing one empty stretch of highway after another, and I just wanted to get home. But my gas gauge was dangerously low, and there was no way I'd make it to the next town without filling up. So when I saw the flickering lights of a gas station up ahead, I felt a weird sense of relief, even though the place looked half abandoned. The gas station sat on the edge of the road, surrounded by empty fields and a few twisted trees that looked like they'd barely survived the last storm. There was only one pump, old and rusted, with chipped paint and a worn-out nozzle. I pulled up, shut off the engine, and got out. The air was cold, biting, and there was this dead silence around me, like the world had gone still. I grabbed the nozzle, trying to ignore the eerie feeling creeping over me, and started pumping gas. The numbers on the meter moved slowly, each click echoing in the silence. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see someone or something moving in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty lot and the dim light coming from inside the station. Then out of nowhere, I heard a voice. "Need help with that?" I jumped, my heart pounding, and turned to see a man standing a few feet away. I hadn't heard him approach, hadn't seen anyone else around, but there he was, just standing there, watching me. He was tall and thin, with a pale face and dark eyes that seemed to reflect the weak light from the station. "No, I'm good," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't move, didn't take his eyes off me. There was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, like he was studying me, sizing me up. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the pump, watching the numbers tick up slowly, painfully slowly. "You're out here alone?" he asked, his voice low and almost amused. I forced a smile, trying to play it cool. "Yeah, just passing through." He nodded, still watching me, his gaze intense. "Not many people stop here," he said, almost to himself. I didn't respond, didn't know what to say. The pump finally clicked, and I quickly pulled the nozzle out, replacing it and screwing the cap back on. I just wanted to get out of there, to put as much distance between me and this guy as possible. "Safe travels," he said, as I got back into the car, his voice soft, almost mocking. I didn't respond. I just started the engine, glancing at him one last time before pulling away. He was still standing there watching me, his face expressionless, his eyes dark and empty. I pulled out of the lot, my hands gripping the wheel, my heart racing. I told myself it was nothing, that he was just some creepy guy hanging around a rundown gas station. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that he'd been watching me for a reason. I drove for a while, the road stretching out in front of me, empty and silent. The gas station faded into the distance, and I felt a surge of relief, glad to be away from that place. But the feeling didn't last long. After a few miles, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror, a single pair of lights moving fast, catching up to me. I felt a jolt of fear, my mind racing. It couldn't be him. It was just another car, someone else on the road. But as the headlights got closer, I felt my hands tighten on the wheel, my heart pounding. The car pulled up behind me, staying close, its headlights glaring in my mirror. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road, telling myself it was nothing. But then the car started flashing its high beams, the light blinding, filling the car with harsh white light. I glanced in the mirror, trying to see the driver, but the lights were too bright. I couldn't make out anything, just the outline of the car, looming close, too close. I gritted my teeth, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the high beams stopped. The car fell back, creating a small distance between us, just enough for me to breathe. I glanced in the mirror again, and that's when I saw it. The man from the gas station, sitting behind the wheel, his face pale, his eyes fixed on me. My heart skipped a beat, a cold wave of fear washing over me. I pressed down on the gas, my hands gripping the wheel, my mind racing. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't understand why he was following me. All I knew was that I needed to get away. The road stretched out in front of me, empty and dark, with no sign of another car in sight. I kept my foot on the gas, watching the speedometer climb, trying to put as much distance between me and him as possible. But he stayed right behind me, his car keeping pace, his headlights glaring in my mirror. After a few minutes, I saw a turnoff up ahead, a narrow road leading off into the darkness. I took it without thinking, hoping to lose him in the winding roads. The trees closed in on either side, the road narrow and twisting, making it hard to see. I glanced in the mirror, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. For a moment, I thought I'd lost him. The headlights had disappeared, leaving me alone on the dark, empty road. I took a deep breath, feeling a surge of relief, my body starting to relax. But then, out of nowhere, the headlights appeared again, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the trees and the narrow road. He was back, closer than before, his car right on my tail, his headlights glaring in my mirror. I pressed down on the gas, my heart racing, my mind racing, trying to think of a way out. The road twisted and turned, making it hard to keep control. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Then, just as I thought I couldn't go any faster, the road opened up into a small clearing, a dirt lot with no other cars in sight. I pulled over, slamming on the brakes, my heart pounding, my body tense. The other car pulled in behind me, his headlights glaring, illuminating my car and the empty lot. I sat there, gripping the wheel, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, waiting, my mind racing. And then he got out of the car. He was just standing there, a dark silhouette against the glare of his headlights, watching me, his face hidden in the shadows. I couldn't see his expression, couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel his gaze, cold and unfeeling. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped, alone in the middle of nowhere, with no one around to help. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. He took a step toward me, slow and deliberate, his movements calm, almost casual. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking, trying to dial 911, but there was no signal. I was completely alone. He kept coming, one step at a time, closing the distance between us. I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing, every instinct screaming at me to do something, to get out of there. Just as he reached my window, I threw the car into reverse, slamming my foot on the gas, my hands gripping the wheel. The car lurched backward, the tires kicking up dirt, and I twisted the wheel, turning the car around, heading back toward the road. I didn't look back. I just kept driving, my heart pounding, my hands shaking, my mind racing. The headlights faded into the distance, leaving me alone in the darkness, the road stretching out in front of me. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, didn't look back. I just kept driving, putting as much distance between me and that man as possible, my heart racing, my mind numb with fear. When I finally reached the next town, I pulled into a brightly lit gas station, my hands still shaking, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I looked around, scanning the area, but there was no sign of him. He was gone. I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, watching, waiting. I don't know who he was or why he followed me. All I know is that I'll never stop at a deserted gas station again. It all started with the noise. I'd been asleep, completely dead to the world after a long day of hiking. The cabin was small, barely a one-room shack with a bed and a stove, but it was perfect for me. I was out there to get away from everything. Work, people, even my phone. The nearest neighbor was miles down the road, and I turned off my phone to keep distractions out. It was just supposed to be me and the silence of the woods. I'd rented the place for a week, thinking I'd spend my days hiking and my nights just relaxing by the fire, enjoying the quiet. I wasn't new to being out in the middle of nowhere. I'd grown up hiking, camping, spending time outdoors, but this was the first time I'd done it alone. And the first night was great, quiet, peaceful. I felt like I was finally getting a break. But on the second night, something changed. I woke up to a loud thump. It wasn't the creak of the cabin settling or the rustling of trees outside. It was a solid, heavy thump, like someone had dropped something on the porch. I sat up, my heart racing, my eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. I listened, holding my breath, trying to hear anything else. But there was only silence. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe an animal or a branch falling, something harmless. I lay back down, pulling the blanket up to my chin, my heart slowly starting to calm down. But just as I was about to drift off again, I heard it, a faint scratching sound, coming from outside the cabin. This wasn't normal. I sat up again, my body tense, every sense on high alert. The scratching was soft, almost delicate, like someone running their fingers along the wood. It was coming from the wall right behind my bed. I glanced at the clock by the bed, 3:18 a.m. I got up slowly, my bare feet touching the cold wooden floor, and moved toward the window. I lifted the curtain just a bit, just enough to peek outside. The moonlight cast a dim glow over the porch, and I could see the outline of the trees beyond the clearing. But there was no one there, nothing that could have made that sound. I let the curtain fall, taking a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my phone, didn't have any way of calling for help. I was alone, completely alone, with no one around for miles. The scratching stopped. I stood there, frozen, listening to the silence. But then, just as I was starting to relax, there was another sound. A faint tapping, like someone knocking on the window. I turned slowly, my eyes fixed on the glass, my mind racing. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I could feel it, feel something watching me. The tapping continued soft and steady, like someone was testing the glass, seeing if it would give. I took a step back, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen, trapped by fear. I felt like a rabbit caught in a trap, my body tense, every nerve on edge. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The silence was almost worse, pressing down on me, suffocating. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. I just stood there waiting, listening to the silence. After a few minutes, I forced myself to move. I backed away from the window, my eyes never leaving it, and slowly climbed back into bed. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sounds to start again. When morning finally came, I got out of bed, my body stiff, my mind foggy from lack of sleep. I went outside, looking around the cabin, hoping to find some sign of what had happened. But there was nothing. The ground was undisturbed, the porch empty. It was like nothing had ever been there. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, just the isolation getting to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling, that sense of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight. I spent the day hiking, trying to clear my head, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. But when I returned to the cabin that evening, that feeling was still there, stronger than before. That night, I went to bed early, hoping that a good night's sleep would help. But just as I was drifting off, I heard it again. A faint scratching sound coming from outside the cabin. I sat up, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see whatever was out there. But I couldn't just sit there waiting. I got up slowly, my hands shaking, and moved toward the door. I unlocked it, pulling it open just a crack, just enough to peek outside. The night was silent, the moon casting a faint glow over the clearing. But there was nothing there, nothing that could have made that sound. I closed the door, locking it, and backed away, my heart racing, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, completely alone, with no one around for miles. I sat on the edge of the bed, my body tense, every sense on high alert. I listened, waiting, every muscle in my body tight, ready to run. But there was nothing. Just silence, stretching out into the night. Finally, after what felt like hours, I climbed back into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sounds to start again. When morning came, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back, didn't stop to check the cabin one last time. I just got in my car and drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes fixed on the road, my mind racing. I don't know what was out there, don't know who or what was watching me, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never go back to that cabin again. I was exhausted from a long day of work and just needed a few minutes to gather myself before heading home. So I stopped at a train station restroom, one of those tucked away in a corner where almost no one goes. The station was practically empty, with only the occasional sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. It was late, probably close to midnight, and I was relieved for the quiet. All I wanted was to splash some water on my face and shake off the day. The restroom was dimly lit, with flickering fluorescent lights casting odd shadows along the cracked tiles. It was silent, aside from a faint buzzing from the lights above. I went into one of the stalls, locking the door behind me, hoping for just a few moments to breathe. I leaned back against the door, closing my eyes, trying to block out everything. Then I heard it, a faint shuffling outside the stall, almost like someone was dragging their feet. I tensed up, instantly alert, listening. But the sound stopped as quickly as it started, leaving only the hum of the lights. I figured it was just someone passing by. Maybe someone as tired as I was, just needing a moment to themselves. I relaxed, leaning back again, closing my eyes. But then I heard it again. A slow, scraping noise, like something hard was being dragged across the floor just outside my stall. My eyes flew open, and my heart started to pound. I glanced down, but all I could see were the dull tiles under the stall door. The noise continued, steady, deliberate, and growing closer. My hands clenched as I held my breath, not daring to make a sound. I didn't want whoever was out there to know I was inside. I could see a faint shadow on the floor through the gap at the bottom of the stall door, moving closer and closer. Suddenly, something appeared under the stall door. A camera lens, barely visible, but unmistakably there. It was pointed right at me, someone's hand holding it steady, pressing it against the floor. I felt a surge of panic, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. My mind went blank as I struggled to figure out what to do. I didn't want to make a sound, didn't want to let them know I'd noticed, but I could feel the fear rising in my throat, threatening to break through. Slowly, I lifted my feet off the ground, pressing myself back against the wall of the stall, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The camera stayed there, motionless, as if waiting, as if whoever was holding it was waiting for me to react. After what felt like an eternity, the camera finally moved back, disappearing from view. I let out a shaky breath, my hands trembling as I clutched the sides of the stall. I waited, listening for any sound, any indication of movement. But there was nothing, just silence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, trying to decide what to do. My mind was racing, filled with images of whoever was out there, waiting for me to step out. I didn't want to leave the stall, didn't want to face whoever was on the other side, but I couldn't stay there forever. Slowly, as quietly as I could, I unlocked the stall door and opened it just a crack, peering out. The restroom was empty, the only sound the faint buzzing of the lights overhead. I took a cautious step out, glancing around, my heart still pounding. Then, from the far corner of the restroom, I saw movement. A figure stood there, half hidden in the shadows, watching me. I couldn't see their face clearly, but I could make out the outline of their body, the way they were standing perfectly still, just watching. My stomach twisted as I realized they were holding a phone in their hand, the screen dimly lit like they were recording. I felt a wave of fear wash over me, my legs frozen in place. I wanted to run, wanted to get out of there, but I couldn't move. I just stood there staring at them, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Then, without warning, the figure took a step forward, moving out of the shadows. I caught a glimpse of their face, pale, expressionless, with eyes that seemed to bore right through me. They didn't say anything, didn't make a sound, just took another step closer. Their gaze locked on me. I forced myself to move, my body snapping into action as I turned and bolted for the door. My footsteps echoed through the empty restroom as I ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear their footsteps behind me, steady, unhurried, like they knew I couldn't escape. I burst through the restroom door and into the empty station, my eyes scanning for anyone who could help. But the platform was deserted, the only sound the distant hum of a passing train. I didn't stop running until I was out of the station, out on the empty street, gasping for breath. I glanced back, half expecting to see the figure following me, but there was no one there. Just the empty station, silent and dark, as if nothing had happened. My phone buzzed in my pocket and I jumped, my heart still racing. I pulled it out, my hands shaking as I looked at the screen. One new message from an unknown number. I opened it, feeling a chill run down my spine as I read the words on the screen. "Nice to see you." I felt a wave of nausea, my mind racing as I stared at the message. I didn't know who they were, didn't know how they had my number, but I could feel their eyes on me, even through the screen. I deleted the message, turned off my phone, and walked home, my heart pounding with every step, glancing over my shoulder, feeling their presence like a shadow that I couldn't shake. That night I barely slept. Every sound, every creak in my apartment made me jump, convinced they were outside, watching, waiting. I checked the locks on my door, double-checked the windows, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Days passed, and I started to convince myself it was just a one-time thing, some creep trying to scare me. But then, another message appeared on my phone, another unknown number. This time, it was a picture, a photo of me, taken from behind as I walked down the street completely unaware. I felt a surge of terror, my hands shaking as I stared at the image. I didn't know where they were, didn't know how they were following me without me noticing, but I knew one thing. They were still watching me. The messages kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. Pictures of me in places I didn't even remember going. Messages telling me what I'd been wearing, where I'd been, what I'd done. I started to feel like I was losing my mind, jumping at every shadow, every stranger who walked past me on the street. I went to the police, showed them the messages, but they told me there was nothing they could do without more evidence. I changed my number, moved apartments, even changed my daily routines, hoping to throw them off. But the messages continued, finding me wherever I went. Each one a reminder that no matter where I went, no matter what I did, they were still watching. And now, even as I sit here typing this, my phone buzzes again. Another message. I'd always been drawn to exploring old buildings, and when I heard about the abandoned hospital on the edge of town, I knew I had to check it out. It was one of those places that everyone in town knew about but stayed away from. They'd tell stories about it in whispers, claiming to hear things, see things. But I never bought into the rumors. I wanted to see it for myself, and I didn't believe in ghosts. It was a cold night when I decided to go. The air was thick and quiet, and the sky was overcast, so the whole place felt darker than it should have. I parked a little way down the road to avoid attention and walked up to the building, my flashlight in hand. The hospital loomed over me as I approached, a dark, hulking shape against the night. Windows were shattered, doors hung loosely on their frames, and vines crawled up the walls. The place was huge, a sprawling maze of rooms and hallways, all long abandoned. I squeezed through a broken window and stepped inside. The air was thick, musty, and cold, the kind of cold that felt out of place even in the middle of winter. The silence inside was overwhelming, almost pressing, like the building itself was holding its breath. I flicked on my flashlight and scanned the room. Dust particles floated in the beam of light, and the floor was covered in debris, broken tiles, pieces of furniture, and old papers scattered around like a forgotten mess. I moved slowly, carefully, my footsteps echoing in the silence. I passed old examination rooms, offices, a waiting area. Everything was left as it was, like the place had been abandoned in a hurry. The chairs were still arranged in rows, old medical equipment lay forgotten in the corners, and the walls were lined with faded posters warning about diseases that no one worried about anymore. As I went deeper into the hospital, the air seemed to grow colder and an uneasy feeling settled over me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just nerves. But something about the silence felt wrong. It was too quiet, like the building itself was watching, waiting for me to make a wrong move. I made my way down a long hallway, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The walls were covered in peeling paint, and I could see old faded signs pointing to different wings of the hospital. I decided to head toward the surgical wing. I'd heard that was where most of the stories came from, and I was curious to see if it was any different from the rest of the building. As I walked, I thought I heard something, a faint shuffling sound, like footsteps. I stopped, holding my breath, listening. But there was nothing, just the silence and the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I brushed it off and kept moving, telling myself it was just the building settling, the wind, anything but what it felt like. Someone following me. The surgical wing was even darker, the windows covered in grime, barely letting any light in. I walked down another hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The rooms here were different, smaller, each one with a metal table in the center and cabinets lining the walls. Some of the tables were still covered with old, stained sheets, and I could see the faint outlines of tools left behind, rusted and dull. I entered one of the rooms, shining my flashlight around. The walls were lined with empty shelves, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. I moved the flashlight over to the metal table in the center, and that's when I saw it. A handprint, fresh, in the dust on the table. I froze, staring at it, my mind racing. It was small, like a child's, and it was smeared, like whoever had left it was dragging their fingers across the surface. My heart started pounding, and I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I told myself it was probably an animal, something that had gotten in through one of the broken windows. But deep down I knew that didn't make sense. The handprint was too clear, too deliberate. I backed out of the room, shining my flashlight around, scanning the hallway. It was empty, silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned, ready to leave, but as I took a step I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from somewhere down the hall. It was barely audible, just a soft murmur, like someone talking under their breath. I couldn't make out any words, but the tone was urgent, insistent. I stood there, frozen, listening, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded like it was just down the hall, around the corner. Against my better judgment, I moved toward the sound, my flashlight trembling in my hand. As I rounded the corner, the whispering stopped, replaced by a deep, heavy silence. I swept the beam of light across the hall, but there was no one there. Just empty rooms, open doors, and darkness. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I started to back away, my instincts screaming at me to leave. But then I heard it again, the shuffling sound like footsteps coming from behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight down the hallway, but it was empty. Just the same cold, silent corridor stretching out in front of me. I started walking faster, my footsteps quick and unsteady, echoing through the building. I felt like I was being followed, like there was something just out of sight watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. My heart was pounding, my breathing shallow, and I could feel the fear building, threatening to take over. I reached the main hall, almost at the exit, when I heard something that made my blood run cold. A child's laugh, soft and distant, echoing through the empty hospital. I stopped, frozen in place, my mind racing. There was no way a child could be here. The place was abandoned, empty. The laugh came again, closer this time, like it was moving toward me. I started to back away, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I could feel the panic rising, my instincts screaming at me to run, to get out of there. But my feet felt heavy, like they were rooted to the floor. And then out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a small figure standing at the end of the hall. It was barely visible in the darkness, just a shadowy outline, but I could make out the shape of a child, standing perfectly still, watching me. I took a step back, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there staring at me, its head tilted to the side like it was curious, like it was waiting for me to do something. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the empty hallways as I sprinted toward the exit. I didn't look back, didn't stop, just kept running, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I burst through the doors and out into the night, gasping for breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I climbed in, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could, not daring to look back. It's been days since I left that hospital, but I can't shake the feeling that I brought something back with me. Every time I close my eyes, I see that shadowy figure standing at the end of the hall, watching me. And sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that same faint whispering echoing through the silence like a memory I can't escape. I decided to stay at a small bed and breakfast for the weekend, hoping for a quiet getaway from the city. The place was old, a large Victorian house with creaky wooden floors and an eerie charm that, in the daylight, seemed cozy. The owner, an elderly woman named Mrs. Langley, welcomed me with a warm smile and showed me to my room. She was kind but had this distant look in her eyes, like she was somewhere else entirely. I didn't think much of it. Old houses and old owners go together, and all I wanted was to relax, read a bit, and get some peace. My room was at the end of the hall on the second floor, facing a dense patch of woods that surrounded the property. The window was small, but it gave me a clear view of the trees swaying outside. I liked the room right away. It had character, an antique dresser, a small armchair in the corner, and a 4-poster bed with blankets that looked older than I was. It was quiet, peaceful. The first night was uneventful. I read until late, enjoying the silence and the escape from city noise. Around midnight, I started to hear footsteps in the hallway. It was faint at first, just a soft creaking, like someone was pacing back and forth outside my door. I figured it was another guest or maybe Mrs. Langley herself. Old houses amplify sounds, and I wasn't surprised. I tried to ignore it, but the footsteps kept going, steady and slow, never seeming to get closer or farther away. Just back and forth, over and over. I got up, opened the door, and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. The creaking stopped the second I looked out. I glanced down both ends of the hall, but there was no one there. I closed the door, shook off the weird feeling creeping up my spine, and went back to bed. The second night, the footsteps returned exactly the same as before. This time they started earlier, just after I'd turned off the light. I lay there listening, trying to tell myself it was nothing, that it was probably just the house settling or something innocent. But it felt too deliberate, like someone was standing right outside my door, pacing back and forth, waiting. I pulled the covers up, squeezing my eyes shut, hoping to fall asleep. But then, something strange happened. The doorknob turned just barely, enough to make a faint clicking sound. My heart raced and I sat up, my eyes locked on the door. I waited, holding my breath, expecting it to open, expecting someone to come in. But it didn't. The knob just turned back, and the footsteps started up again right outside. My mind raced with explanations, but none of them made sense. I wanted to get up, open the door, confront whoever was out there, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I just sat there listening to the footsteps, feeling my heart pound in my chest. The next morning I went down for breakfast, hoping to see another guest or someone who could explain the strange noises. But the dining room was empty, except for Mrs. Langley. She greeted me with that same distant smile, asking if I'd slept well. I wanted to ask her if anyone else was staying there, if she'd heard anything strange, but I felt silly. I was a grown adult, spooked by a few creaks and footsteps. I forced a smile and told her everything was fine, that I was enjoying the stay. She nodded, her eyes drifting past me like she was looking at something far away. "It's an old house," she said quietly. "Sometimes it remembers things." I didn't know what to make of that, but I brushed it off. Maybe she was just a little eccentric. I'd met plenty of people like that. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the weird feeling, exploring the grounds, reading in the little parlor downstairs, anything to distract myself. But that night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, heavier, like someone was deliberately stomping back and forth outside my door. I lay there tense, gripping the blankets, my eyes fixed on the door. The doorknob started to turn again, slowly, as if whoever was on the other side was testing it, seeing if it would open. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped out of bed, rushed to the door, and flung it open. The hallway was empty. The footsteps stopped instantly, the silence almost deafening. I stepped out, looking down both ends of the hall, but there was nothing. Just the empty corridor stretching out in either direction, dimly lit by the small wall sconces. I stood there for a long moment, my heart racing, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know if I should go back to bed or just leave, but I felt a strange pull, like something was keeping me there. I closed the door, climbed back into bed, and lay there, waiting, listening. The footsteps didn't return that night, but I barely slept. Every sound, every creak, every gust of wind outside made me jump, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be outside my door. In the morning, I decided to confront Mrs. Langley, to ask her if she knew what was going on. I found her in the kitchen, humming softly to herself as she prepared breakfast. I asked her, as casually as I could, if anyone else was staying in the house, if she'd heard anything strange at night. She looked at me with those faraway eyes, her expression unreadable. "You're the only guest," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I don't go up there at night." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Are you sure? Because I keep hearing footsteps outside my room. It's unsettling." She looked at me, her face serious. "This house is old. It has memories. Sometimes things linger." I didn't know what to say. I wanted to laugh, to tell her she was being ridiculous, but the look in her eyes made me hesitate. She wasn't joking. She believed it, every word. I left the kitchen, feeling more unsettled than ever. I thought about leaving, about cutting my trip short, but something kept me there. A strange curiosity mixed with fear. I wanted to know what was happening, wanted to see it through. That night, I braced myself for the footsteps, for the doorknob turning. I lay there tense, every muscle in my body on edge, waiting. Midnight came and went, and there was nothing. Just silence. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was over, that whatever it was had stopped. But then I heard it, a soft whispering sound coming from right outside my door. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, trying to make out the words. It was faint, barely audible, but it sounded like someone was saying my name. I sat up, staring at the door, my hands shaking. The whispering continued, soft and insistent, like whoever was outside was trying to get my attention. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should open the door or stay where I was. But the curiosity was stronger than the fear. I had to know. I got out of bed, walked slowly to the door, and pressed my ear against it. The whispering stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling, and slowly turned it, pulling the door open. The hallway was empty, just like before, but the air felt different, thick, heavy, almost oppressive. I stepped out, my heart pounding, and looked around, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was no one, just the empty hall stretching out in front of me. I took a step forward, feeling a strange pull, like something was drawing me down the hallway. I moved slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence, my mind racing with questions. I didn't know where I was going, didn't know what I was looking for, but I couldn't stop. As I reached the end of the hall, I saw a door that I hadn't noticed before, tucked away in the shadows. It was old, the wood warped and cracked like it hadn't been opened in years. I felt a strange sense of dread as I reached for the handle, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. I turned the handle, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was dark, the air stale and cold. I shone my flashlight around and my heart skipped a beat. The walls were covered in old photographs, all faded and yellowed with age. They were pictures of people, men, women, children, all staring straight ahead, their eyes dark and empty. In the center of the room was an old rocking chair, and as I stepped closer, I felt a chill run down my spine. There was a figure sitting in the chair, its back to me, motionless. I could see the outline of its head, its shoulders, the faint rise and fall of its breathing. I wanted to turn and run, but my feet wouldn't move. I just stood there staring, my heart pounding, my mind racing. Slowly the figure turned, its face coming into view. It was Mrs. Langley, but her eyes were different. Cold, empty, like she wasn't really there. She looked right at me, her mouth opening in a silent scream. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to get out. I turned and ran, bolting down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty house. I didn't stop until I was outside gasping for breath, the cold night air stinging my lungs. I never went back. I took a job as a night security guard at an old office building on the edge of downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but I needed the money, and it seemed easy enough. Just sit in the lobby, make sure no one came in or messed around after hours. The building was old, but solid, with 10 floors and hallways that stretched on forever. I'd work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and usually it was dead quiet. Perfect, or so I thought. My first night was uneventful. I spent most of it at the desk, flipping through a magazine, checking the security cameras every now and then. The place was empty, quiet. The fluorescent lights hummed softly, and the only sound was the occasional click of a floorboard settling. I took a couple of rounds, walking through the hallways, checking the doors and peering into darkened rooms. Nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. By the end of that first shift, I figured the job would be a breeze. But as the nights went on, I started to notice little things I brushed off at first, but that began to nag at me. It started with the elevator. Every night, around 2 a.m., it would ding and open on the lobby level. I'd glance over from the desk, half expecting to see someone step out, but the elevator would always be empty. Just an open door, waiting. It would sit there, open for a minute or two, then close and go back up, like it was being called from somewhere above. I figured it was just a glitch, maybe a problem with the old wiring. But one night, curiosity got the better of me. When the elevator dinged, I walked over and stepped inside, planning to ride it up, see if there was something triggering it. I pressed the button for the top floor, but as soon as the doors closed, the elevator stopped, the lights flickered, and it dropped a couple of feet with a heavy jolt. I grabbed the rail, my stomach lurching, but the elevator didn't go any further. The lights flickered again, and then it rose to the top floor. I stepped out feeling uneasy, the quiet pressing down on me. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from a small exit sign at the far end. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I took a quick look around, checking the empty offices, but everything was in its place. The rooms were dark and cold, and I felt like I was trespassing, like I shouldn't be there. I made my way back to the elevator, pressed the button, and waited. When the doors finally opened, I stepped inside, feeling a strange sense of relief. But just as the doors were about to close, I thought I saw something. A shadow at the end of the hall, a figure standing there just out of reach of the light. I blinked, and it was gone, but the image stayed with me, burned into my mind. The next few nights, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light, my tired eyes playing games. But the elevator continued its strange behavior, dinging at 2 a.m. on the dot, always opening to an empty lobby. I tried to ignore it, but every time it happened, that sense of unease crept back, stronger than before. One night, I was doing my rounds on the 5th floor when I heard it, a faint sound, like footsteps. I stopped listening, my heart pounding. The hallway was empty, but the sound continued steady, coming from somewhere above. I stood there, frozen, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It sounded like someone was walking back and forth, pacing in one of the empty offices. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm, and headed to the stairwell. The sound got louder as I climbed the stairs, each step feeling heavier, like something was pressing down on me. When I reached the 8th floor, I paused, my hand on the doorknob, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I pushed the door open, stepping into the dark hallway. The air was cold, colder than the other floors, and a chill ran down my spine. I took a few steps forward, peering into the empty offices, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Everything was silent, still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I turned to head back, I heard it again, footsteps, this time behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight down the hallway, but there was nothing there, just an empty corridor stretching into darkness. I backed up, my hand gripping the flashlight tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. I made my way to the stairwell, moving quickly, my footsteps echoing off the walls. I didn't stop until I was back in the lobby, sitting behind the desk, trying to steady my breathing. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next few nights, the footsteps continued, always on the upper floors, always faint, just loud enough to keep me on edge. I tried to ignore them, tried to focus on my job, but it was impossible. The building felt different, like it was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. One night, as I was doing my rounds on the 9th floor, I saw it, a shadow standing at the end of the hallway just outside the reach of my flashlight. I froze, my heart pounding, my mind racing. The figure was tall, its outline barely visible in the darkness, but I could feel its gaze, feel it watching me. I took a step back, my hand shaking, and the figure moved, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the hallway as I bolted for the stairwell. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was back in the lobby, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should tell anyone. Who would believe me? I was just a night guard working alone in an old building. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that I was just tired, but the fear wouldn't go away. The next night, I decided to stay in the lobby, refusing to do my rounds. I sat behind the desk, my eyes fixed on the security monitors, watching the empty hallways, waiting for any sign of movement. At 2 a.m., the elevator dinged, the doors sliding open to an empty lobby. I stared at it, my heart pounding, waiting for something to step out. But there was nothing, just the empty elevator, sitting there, waiting. And then on the monitor I saw it, the shadow standing in the hallway on the 10th floor, perfectly still, watching the camera. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I watched it, unable to look away. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, staring, its face hidden in the shadows. I sat there frozen, my hands shaking, my mind racing. I wanted to look away, wanted to turn off the monitor, but I couldn't. The figure took a step forward, moving closer to the camera. I felt a surge of fear, my heart pounding, my hands clenching into fists. I wanted to run, wanted to get out of the building, but I couldn't move. Finally, the figure stopped, its face inches from the camera, staring directly at me. I could see its eyes, dark and empty, filled with a cold, relentless hunger. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew, deep down, that it was coming for me. I bolted from my seat, grabbing my things, and ran for the door. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just kept running, my footsteps echoing through the empty lobby. I quit the next day. I agreed to house sit for a friend who had just bought a place out in the country. He and his wife were heading overseas for a couple of weeks, and they wanted someone to look after the property while they were gone. It sounded simple enough. Feed the cat, water the plants, and make sure no one tried to break in. I figured it would be a nice break from the city, a quiet escape. The house was big and old, the kind with creaky floors and winding hallways. It stood on a couple of acres surrounded by dense trees. From the outside, it had this almost haunted look, with ivy climbing up the walls and big, empty windows that seemed to watch you. But I didn't think much of it. I was more focused on getting inside, settling down, and making myself comfortable. The first day was uneventful. I spent most of it exploring the house, getting a feel for the place. There was a big living room with an old fireplace, a kitchen filled with old appliances, and a narrow staircase leading up to the bedrooms. My friend had left a note on the counter with instructions, listing all the things I needed to take care of, including feeding the cat, whose name was Max. Max was a big, fluffy tabby who spent most of his time either sleeping or staring out the window. He seemed friendly enough, always rubbing against my legs whenever I passed by. I figured he'd be my only company, which suited me just fine. The first night was quiet. I watched some TV, read a bit, and eventually headed to bed. But as I lay there in the dark, I started hearing things. It was subtle at first, just the usual creaks and groans you'd expect from an old house. But then, I heard something else. It was a soft tapping sound, like fingers drumming against a wooden surface. It seemed to be coming from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, maybe a branch tapping against a window. But the sound continued, rhythmic and steady, like someone tapping in a slow, deliberate pattern. I got up, opened the door, and peered down the dark hallway. There was nothing there, just shadows stretching across the floor. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the sound had stopped. I went back to bed, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping over me. But as I lay there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me. The next day, I tried to put it out of my mind. I spent the day wandering the property, checking out the surrounding woods, and getting a feel for the area. It was peaceful, quiet, the kind of place that should have been relaxing. But there was this strange atmosphere, this sense that the house didn't want me there. That night, the tapping returned. I was lying in bed, just starting to drift off when I heard it again. Soft, rhythmic, coming from somewhere down the hall. I tried to ignore it, pulling the covers up and closing my eyes. But then it got louder, more insistent, like whoever was making the noise was getting closer. I sat up, my heart pounding, listening to the steady tap, tap, tap echoing through the dark. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed into the hallway, determined to find the source of the noise. The hallway was empty, silent, but the tapping continued, coming from somewhere below. I followed the sound, my footsteps echoing off the walls, until I reached the stairs. The sound was louder now, coming from the living room. I made my way down, one slow step at a time, the flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. When I reached the bottom, the tapping stopped. I stood there in the dark, my flashlight sweeping across the empty room. Everything was as I'd left it. The furniture, the fireplace, the windows looking out into the blackness of the night. There was no one there, no sign of anything that could have made the noise. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I turned, heading back up the stairs as quickly as I could. I didn't stop until I was back in my room, the door closed tightly behind me. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up, trying to ignore the pounding of my heart. The next morning, I checked the house from top to bottom, looking for anything that could explain the noise. I checked the windows, The doors, even the walls, looking for loose pipes or anything that might have caused the sound. But there was nothing. Just the empty, silent house. The days passed slowly, each one blending into the next. During the day, everything felt normal, almost peaceful. But at night, the atmosphere changed. The house felt different, colder, like something was watching, waiting for me to let my guard down. The tapping continued every night, always starting around midnight, always coming from somewhere just out of reach. I'd hear it in the hallway, in the living room, even outside my bedroom door. Every time I got up to investigate, the noise would stop, leaving me standing alone in the dark, wondering if I was losing my mind. One night, after days of sleepless nights and endless tapping, I decided to set up a camera in the hallway. I didn't really expect to find anything, but I needed proof, something to show that I wasn't just imagining things. I set up the camera, aimed it down the hallway, and hit record. That night, I lay in bed waiting, listening. The tapping started again, soft and steady, moving closer and closer. I stayed where I was, my heart pounding, my mind racing until the sound was right outside my door. And then, it stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there, wide awake, waiting for the morning light. As soon as the sun came up, I grabbed the camera and checked the footage, my hands shaking as I scrolled through the video. At first, there was nothing, just the empty hallway, dimly lit by the nightlight I'd left on. But then, around midnight, the footage showed something strange. A shadow appeared at the end of the hallway, faint at first, but growing darker, more defined. It moved slowly like someone walking, but there was no one there, just the shadow stretching along the wall. I felt a chill run down my spine as I watched it move, inching closer and closer to my door. It stopped just outside, lingering there like it was waiting for something. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it faded away, leaving the hallway empty once more. I turned off the camera, my hands shaking, my mind racing. I didn't know what to make of it, didn't know if I should tell someone or just leave. But I felt trapped, caught between my curiosity and my fear. That night, the tapping was louder than ever, more insistent, like it was demanding my attention. I lay there, listening, feeling my heart pound in my chest, the cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to face whatever was out there. But I couldn't ignore it any longer. I got out of bed, my flashlight in hand, and opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the tapping continued, coming from somewhere below. I made my way down the stairs, each step feeling heavier, my heart racing with each tap. When I reached the living room, the tapping stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. I stood there, shining my flashlight around the room, my eyes scanning the shadows. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a figure standing in the doorway, barely visible in the darkness. I turned, my flashlight shaking, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was gone, but I could still feel its presence, like it was watching me from the shadows. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind racing with fear. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, listening to the silence, waiting for the tapping to return. But it didn't. The house was quiet, almost peaceful, but the fear lingered, pressing down on me like a weight. When my friend returned, I didn't say anything. I didn't tell him about the tapping, the shadow, the nights of sleepless terror. I just handed him the keys, wished him well, and left, leaving the house and whatever was inside it far behind me. But sometimes late at night I can still hear it, the faint, rhythmic tap, tap, tap echoing through the silence, a reminder of the time I spent in that house and the presence that still haunts me. I was driving home late one night. The road stretched out in front of me, dark and empty. I'd just finished a long shift, and all I wanted was to get home, take a shower, and sleep. The drive was usually uneventful, a straight shot through the back roads, with only the occasional car passing by. But that night felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something in the air felt off, like a quiet tension hanging over everything. It was around midnight when I saw it, A hitchhiker standing by the side of the road, just barely visible in the glow of my headlights. He was wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up, his face hidden in shadows. He had one hand up, thumb out, the universal signal. I hadn't seen another soul for miles, and part of me wanted to stop, to help. But something about him made me hesitate. I couldn't see his face, couldn't tell anything about him. I kept driving, my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the slight unease gnawing at me. But as I passed him, I glanced in the rearview mirror and I saw him standing there, watching me as I drove away. It gave me a chill, and I felt a strange pull, like maybe I'd made a mistake. But it was late and I was too tired to second-guess myself, so I kept going, my mind trying to push the encounter away. A few miles down the road, I started to relax, convincing myself that it was nothing, just a weird moment in the middle of the night. But then, out of nowhere, I saw him again. He was standing by the side of the road, the same hoodie, the same stance, thumb out, waiting. My stomach dropped. There was no way he could have gotten there ahead of me. I hadn't turned, hadn't slowed down, and there were no other cars. I drove past him again, not daring to look in the mirror this time. My heart was pounding, my mind racing with questions. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that it had to be someone else. But deep down, I knew it was the same person. I could feel it, this strange, unsettling certainty that whoever he was following me. I kept driving, my hands gripping the wheel tighter, my eyes scanning the road ahead. The night seemed darker, the trees lining the road casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to reach out toward the car. I tried to focus on the road, on getting home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Another mile or two went by, and I started to relax again, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then, just as I rounded a bend, there he was again. This time, he was standing in the middle of the road, facing me, his arms at his sides, completely still. I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing, my hands shaking as the car screeched to a halt. I sat there staring at him through the windshield, the headlights illuminating his figure. He didn't move, didn't react, just stood there, his face still hidden in the shadows of his hood. I felt a surge of fear, my mind screaming at me to turn around, to get out of there. But I couldn't move, couldn't tear my eyes away from him. We sat there, locked in this strange, silent standoff. The only sound, the faint hum of the engine, and my own ragged breathing. Finally, he lifted his head and I caught a glimpse of his face. It was pale, almost ghostly, with dark eyes that seemed to bore into me, empty and cold. He didn't smile, didn't show any emotion, just stared at me with this intense, unsettling gaze. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I threw the car into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed up, the wheels skidding on the asphalt. I turned the wheel, swinging the car around, and sped off, my heart pounding in my chest. I drove as fast as I could, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him standing there, watching me. But the road was empty, just the dark stretch of asphalt disappearing into the night. I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of my town up ahead, a small glow on the horizon. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, and I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I told myself it was over, that he was gone, that I was safe. But as I pulled into my driveway, I felt that same unease creeping back. I glanced around, half expecting to see him standing there, waiting for me. But the street was empty, the night quiet, and I told myself I was just being paranoid. I went inside, locking the door behind me, and headed straight to the bathroom to wash up. The bright light and the familiar surroundings helped calm me down, and I started to convince myself that it was all in my head, that I'd just imagined it. But as I was drying my face, I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from the front door. I froze, my heart pounding, my mind racing. The tapping continued, soft and rhythmic, like someone was knocking, but not with their knuckles, more like the tips of their fingers. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and walked to the door. I peered through the peephole, my stomach twisting with fear. But there was no one there, just the empty porch bathed in the glow of the porch light. I stood there for a moment listening, but the tapping had stopped. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just the wind or some branch brushing against the door. But as I turned to go back to the bathroom, I heard it again, this time louder, more insistent. I spun around, my heart racing, and yanked open the door, expecting to see him standing there. But the porch was empty, the street quiet, the night air still. I stepped outside, looking around, but there was no sign of anyone. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, and tried to shake off the feeling of dread creeping over me. I sat down on the couch, turning on the TV, trying to distract myself. But the feeling didn't go away. Every little sound, every creak and groan of the house made me jump, my mind racing with thoughts of him, of his pale face and those dark, empty eyes. After a while, I managed to drift off, the exhaustion finally taking over. But my sleep was restless, filled with strange, unsettling dreams. I kept seeing his face, those eyes staring at me, unblinking, like he was trying to tell me something. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, the room dark and silent. I lay there listening, my eyes scanning the shadows. And then, just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard it again, the tapping, soft and rhythmic, coming from somewhere inside the house. I sat up, my heart racing, my hands shaking. The tapping continued, steady and relentless, like a clock ticking down to something. I got up, moving slowly, my feet barely making a sound as I crept through the house, trying to find the source. The tapping led me to the living room, where the sound seemed to be coming from the window. I approached it slowly, my heart pounding, my mind racing with fear. I reached out, pulling back the curtain, and looked outside. He was standing there right outside the window, his face inches from the glass, staring at me with those same cold, empty eyes. His hand was pressed against the window, his fingers tapping softly, rhythmically, like he was trying to get my attention. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to run, but I couldn't look away, couldn't tear my eyes from his face. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just kept tapping, his eyes locked on mine, filled with something I couldn't understand. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind racing with fear. I turned and ran, bolting down the hallway, locking myself in the bedroom. I sat there in the dark, my back against the door, listening to the silence, waiting for him to come. But the house was silent, the tapping gone, and I sat there, alone in the dark, wondering if he was still out there, waiting for me. The next morning I checked every window, every door, looking for any sign that he'd been there, but there was nothing. No footprints, no handprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. But I know what I saw, and sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, the soft rhythmic tapping echoing through the silence, a reminder that he's still out there, waiting for me. I was invited to a cabin by some friends. They'd rented it out for the weekend, planning to get away from the city, unwind, maybe do some hiking. I was looking forward to it. The cabin was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, and as soon as I got there, I felt the change. It was quiet, isolated, and the kind of place where you could hear every little noise. It felt like a different world. There were 4 of us in total. Me, Jamie, Mark, and Lisa. We all worked together, so it felt natural, easy. No one had to make small talk, and we could just relax. The first day was perfect. We spent it hanging out, grilling, sharing drinks, and talking about random things. By the time it got dark, we were all tired but happy. That night, as we sat around the fire, Jamie started telling us about the history of the cabin. "Did you know," he said, grinning, "that this cabin was abandoned for years? The owner just left one day. People say he vanished without a trace." We all laughed, rolling our eyes at him. Jamie loved trying to freak us out. He always had some weird story up his sleeve. But this time he looked serious. "No, I'm telling you," he continued, his voice low. Some folks around here say the place is haunted. They hear things at night, weird noises. People have gone missing. Yeah, right. Mark laughed, rolling his eyes. But Lisa didn't look convinced. She shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. Can we not talk about creepy stuff while we're out in the middle of nowhere? She said, glancing around nervously. We all laughed it off and changed the topic, but I could tell Lisa was still uneasy. I didn't really believe Jamie, but the woods at night had a way of making you feel like you weren't alone. Eventually, we all called it a night. The cabin had 2 bedrooms, so Mark and I shared one, and Jamie and Lisa took the other. I fell asleep almost as soon as I hit the pillow, the exhaustion from the day finally catching up with me. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The room was pitch black, and the only sound was Mark's soft snoring from the bed across the room. I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, trying to shake off the drowsiness. Then, I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from outside the window. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, listening, my heart starting to pound. It was soft, almost like someone was lightly tapping their fingernails against the glass. I glanced over at Mark, but he was still asleep, completely unaware. I tried to convince myself it was just a branch, maybe something swaying in the wind, but the sound was too regular, too deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, steady, like whoever was outside knew we were in there. I lay there listening, trying to make sense of it, but I couldn't bring myself to move. After a few minutes, the tapping stopped, and I let out a shaky breath, relieved. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But as I closed my eyes, trying to get back to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. The next morning, I mentioned it to the others over breakfast. Jamie, of course, jumped at the chance to scare us. See? I told you this place was creepy, he said, grinning. But Lisa looked genuinely freaked out, her face pale. You're not serious, right? She asked, looking at me. I shrugged, trying to play it cool. I don't know. It was probably nothing. Just a branch or something. But Lisa didn't seem convinced. The rest of the day, she stayed close to the cabin, refusing to go too far into the woods. I felt bad for mentioning it, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, we went to bed a bit earlier. We were all a little on edge, though we didn't talk about it. I lay there in the dark, listening to the silence, half expecting to hear the tapping again. And then, around midnight, it started. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes flew open and I lay there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was exactly the same as the night before. Soft, deliberate, coming from outside the window. I glanced over at Mark, but he was still asleep, completely oblivious. I lay there trying to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But then I heard something else. A faint whispering, so soft I could barely make it out. It sounded like someone was talking, murmuring in a low, hushed voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to wake Mark up to tell him what I was hearing, but I was too scared to move. I just lay there, listening to the tapping and the whispering, my body tense, every muscle on edge. The sounds continued for what felt like hours, but eventually they stopped. I didn't move, didn't close my eyes, just lay there in the dark, waiting, listening. But the cabin was silent again, and slowly, I drifted off to sleep, my mind racing with questions. The next morning, I told Jamie and Lisa about the noises. Lisa looked terrified, her face pale, her hands shaking. This isn't funny, she said, her voice trembling. If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny. Jamie shook his head, looking genuinely concerned. I swear it's not a prank, he said, glancing around nervously. I didn't hear anything last night. We spent the day on edge, jumpy at every little sound. Even Jamie, who usually loved scaring us, seemed uneasy. We stayed close to the cabin, refusing to venture too far into the woods. The whole place felt different, like there was something lurking just out of sight watching us. That night, none of us wanted to go to bed. We stayed up late, talking quietly, keeping the lights on, as if that would keep whatever it was away. but eventually we couldn't avoid it anymore. We said goodnight, heading to our rooms, each of us tense, waiting for something to happen. I lay there in the dark, listening, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense. And then, right on cue, the tapping started. Tap, tap, tap. It was louder this time, more insistent, like whoever, or whatever, was outside was getting impatient. I sat up, my breath coming in short gasps, my mind racing with fear. I glanced over at Mark, who was awake now, his eyes wide, staring at me. He'd heard it too. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice shaky. I shook my head, too scared to speak. The tapping continued, steady and relentless, filling the room with this horrible, rhythmic sound. And then, we heard the whispering. It was louder now, clearer, like someone was right outside the window, murmuring in a low, raspy voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like they were calling our names, drawing us closer. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew we had to get out of there. I grabbed Mark's arm, pulling him toward the door. We ran down the hallway, bursting into Jamie and Lisa's room. They were both awake, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Now." They didn't argue. We grabbed our things, threw on our coats, and bolted out of the cabin, not daring to look back. The night was dark, the trees looming over us. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that cabin as possible. As we drove away, the tapping and the whispering faded into the distance, but the fear stayed with us. None of us spoke, each of us lost in our thoughts, the horror of what we'd experienced hanging over us like a dark cloud. We never went back to that cabin. I was always skeptical of ghost stories, but that changed when I spent a night at my grandparents' old farmhouse. The place was tucked away in the countryside, isolated, surrounded by fields and trees. I hadn't been there in years, not since I was a kid. But after my grandparents passed away, the house sat empty. My mom wanted someone to check on it every once in a while, make sure everything was intact, no break-ins or weather damage. So one night, I volunteered to go. I thought it would be simple enough. A quick drive, a night spent in the quiet, and then I'd head back the next day. I figured I'd feel some nostalgia, maybe remember a few old memories. The house wasn't in bad shape, just old, with its own creaks and quirks. I arrived just as the sun was setting, painting the fields in shades of orange and pink. The place looked as if it had been frozen in time. My grandparents' things exactly as they left them. The same worn furniture, the same old photographs on the walls. As I stepped inside, the familiar scent of the house hit me, a mix of dust and wood, the kind of smell that only old places have. The floor creaked under my weight, and the air was thick like it hadn't been disturbed in ages. I felt a chill, but I brushed it off as nerves. After all, it was just an empty house. I set my bag down in the living room and looked around. Everything felt strange, like I was trespassing even though it had been my family's home. The silence was heavy, pressing down on me, broken only by the faint ticking of an old grandfather clock in the corner. I walked through each room, flicking on lights, trying to make the place feel more alive, less eerie. I told myself it was just an old house, that I was being ridiculous. By the time I'd checked all the rooms, it was completely dark outside. I'd planned to spend the night in my mom's old bedroom, upstairs at the end of the hall. It was a small room, with an old bed covered in a faded quilt, a dresser against the wall, and a window that looked out over the fields. As I settled in, I heard the wind picking up outside, whistling through the trees. I lay down, trying to relax, but I couldn't shake the strange feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just the quiet, the isolation, but the feeling grew stronger as the night went on. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep, but every little sound seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the rustle of the trees outside, the faint ticking of the clock downstairs. And then, I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like footsteps. I sat up, my heart pounding, straining to listen. The sound was faint, but it was there, coming from somewhere downstairs. I held my breath, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling, maybe a raccoon outside. But the footsteps were steady, deliberate, moving through the house. I got out of bed, my hands shaking as I grabbed my phone, the flashlight casting a weak glow in the darkness. I crept to the door, opening it just a crack, peering down the hallway. It was empty, silent, but I could still hear the footsteps below, moving slowly like someone was pacing. I wanted to call out, but something stopped me. The air felt thick, heavy, like I was being suffocated. I couldn't bring myself to make a sound. Instead, I stepped out into the hall, moving as quietly as I could, my heart pounding with every step. I reached the top of the stairs, peering down into the darkness. The footsteps had stopped, leaving only the faint ticking of the clock. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to go down, one step at a time, gripping the railing to steady myself. When I reached the bottom, the silence was overwhelming. I stood there, my flashlight casting long shadows across the walls. Everything looked the same, just as I'd left it, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I turned, shining the light around the room. And then I saw it. A shadow, standing in the doorway to the kitchen. It was faint, barely there, but unmistakable, like a dark figure lingering just out of reach. I froze, my heart racing, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. I took a step back, but the shadow didn't move, didn't react. It just stood there watching me. I wanted to run, to get out of the house, but my legs wouldn't move. I just stood there, paralyzed, staring at the figure in the doorway. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow slowly faded, disappearing into the darkness. I let out a shaky breath, my hands trembling as I clutched my phone. I backed up, inching toward the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned and bolted up the stairs, slamming the door to the bedroom shut behind me. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the bed, my back against the wall, my eyes fixed on the door. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside made me jump, my mind racing with fear. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the trees. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, waiting for the morning light, too scared to close my eyes. When the first rays of sunlight finally crept through the window, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I grabbed my things, practically running down the stairs, refusing to look around. As I stepped outside, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, like I was leaving something behind. I got into my car, my hands still shaking as I started the engine, and drove away without looking back. I never told my mom about what happened that night, and I never went back to the farmhouse again. I agreed to cover the night shift at a small isolated gas station on the edge of town. It wasn't exactly my ideal job, but I needed the money, and it was supposed to be an easy gig. Just sit there, keep an eye on the place, and help the occasional customer. How hard could it be? The previous guy warned me it could get weird sometimes, but I didn't take him seriously. I figured he was just trying to mess with me. My shift started at 10 p.m., and for the first few hours, everything was fine. The place was quiet, almost dead. Occasionally a car would pull in, someone would buy a soda or pay for gas, and that was it. Most of the time, I just sat behind the counter, reading a magazine and glancing at the security cameras out of habit. Around 1 a.m., things started to feel different. The air felt heavy, almost like the quiet was pressing down on me. I brushed it off as nerves. After all, it was just an empty gas station at night. But then the weirdness began. The bell above the door dinged, signaling someone had come in. I looked up, expecting to see a customer, but the store was empty. The door was shut, and there was no one there. I frowned, thinking maybe it was a glitch or something, but a few minutes later it happened again. Ding. This time I felt a chill run down my spine. I got up and walked around the counter, looking around the store, but there was no one there. The aisles were empty, the shelves silent. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just a faulty bell, and went back to my spot behind the counter. A few minutes later, I heard a soft scraping sound coming from one of the aisles. I looked over, trying to see where it was coming from, but I couldn't spot anything unusual. It sounded like something dragging along the floor, a steady, rhythmic scraping that seemed to echo through the store. I grabbed a flashlight from under the counter and walked over to the aisle, my heart pounding a little faster. I turned the corner, shining the light down the rows of snacks and drinks, but everything looked normal. The sound had stopped, leaving only the hum of the refrigerators and the faint buzz of the lights overhead. As I walked back to the counter, I glanced at the security monitors. They showed different angles of the store and the parking lot, but something caught my eye. One of the monitors showed the back of the store, where we kept the dumpster and a few storage bins. Standing there, just barely visible in the shadows, was a figure. I blinked, staring at the screen, trying to make out who or what it was. The figure was still, completely motionless, just standing there. I thought it might be a homeless person, or maybe some kid trying to mess around, so I decided to go check it out. I grabbed the flashlight again and went to the back door, stepping out into the cold night air. The lot was empty. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I looked around, shining the light toward the dumpster, but there was no one there. I felt a chill creep down my spine, the kind of instinctive fear you get when something doesn't feel right. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and went back inside, locking the door behind me. Back at the counter, I watched the monitors, hoping the figure wouldn't appear again. But as I sat there, my mind started playing tricks on me. I kept hearing faint sounds, little creaks and whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. Every time I looked up, the store was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then, around 3 a.m., the bell dinged again. I looked up, half expecting to see an empty store, but this time there was someone standing at the counter. He was tall, wearing a dark coat and a hood that covered most of his face. His hands were resting on the counter, his fingers long and thin, almost skeletal. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at me from under his hood. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them on me, cold and unblinking. The silence stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable, and I felt a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. "Do you need something?" I asked again, my voice coming out as a whisper. Slowly, he lifted one hand, pointing toward the back of the store. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing there, just rows of shelves and aisles filled with snacks. When I turned back, he was gone. The store was empty, the door shut, and the bell hadn't rung. I felt a surge of panic, my hands shaking as I scanned the store, looking for any sign of him. But he'd vanished, like he'd never been there at all. I checked the monitors, but there was no sign of him, no sign that anyone had been in the store. I sat back down, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I wanted to leave, to get out of there, but I couldn't just abandon the place. I told myself it was just some guy trying to mess with me, maybe a prank or something, but deep down I knew it was more than that. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Every little sound made me jump. Every shadow made my heart race. I kept glancing at the monitors, half expecting to see that figure standing there watching me. But the store stayed empty, silent, until my shift finally ended at 6 a.m. When the morning clerk came in, I practically ran out of there, not even bothering to explain why I looked so shaken. I got in my car, my hands still trembling as I gripped the wheel, and drove home, my mind replaying everything that had happened. I told myself I wouldn't go back, that I'd find another job, something safer, somewhere less strange. But the money was good, and I needed it. So a week later, I found myself back at that gas station, sitting behind the counter, dreading the hours that stretched out ahead of me. This time, I came prepared. I'd brought a small radio, hoping the music would help keep my mind off things, make the place feel less creepy. I kept it on low, the soft sound of a classic rock station filling the silence. For the first few hours, everything was quiet, normal. I almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was just a combination of fatigue and nerves. But around 2 a.m., the bell dinged again. I looked up, my heart skipping a beat, but there was no one there. The door was shut, the store empty. I forced myself to relax, taking a deep breath, telling myself it was just the bell acting up again. But then, the scraping sound started, coming from one of the aisles. I froze, listening, my heart pounding as the sound grew louder, closer. It was slow, deliberate, like someone was dragging something heavy across the floor. I got up, grabbing the flashlight, and made my way down the aisle, my hands shaking. The sound stopped as I reached the end of the aisle, leaving only silence. I scanned the shelves, the floor, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Just the empty shelves and the faint buzz of the lights overhead. As I turned to head back, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but the aisle was empty. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind screaming at me to get out. I rushed back to the counter, my breath coming in short gasps, and sat down, my eyes glued to the monitors. And then, on the screen showing the back of the store, I saw it. The figure standing there, watching me, his face hidden in shadow. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my things, bolted out of the store, and didn't look back. I quit the next day. I was stuck in a cramped airport terminal late at night waiting for a delayed flight. It was past midnight and most people around looked dead tired. I was tired too, but I still had enough energy to notice things. That's when I first saw him. A guy in his mid-40s pacing back and forth a few rows of seats away. He looked exhausted, like he'd been on the road a long time, just like me. Eventually, he sat down across from me and gave me a polite smile. I nodded back, not thinking much of it. I've had plenty of strange encounters in airports over the years, but nothing too weird. He seemed normal enough. I didn't mind a little conversation, so when he asked if he could sit closer, I shrugged. Sure. Why not? He introduced himself as Mike, and I gave him my name, barely listening. We talked a bit, just surface-level stuff at first. He asked where I was headed, and I told him I was flying home. He nodded, said he was going to some city I'd never heard of. He kept asking questions, a little more than I was comfortable with, but I figured he was just trying to pass the time, same as me. I tried to keep my answers short, hoping he'd get the hint, but he kept pushing. After a while, he started talking about his life. He was a truck driver, always on the road, always moving. He mentioned having kids, but said they didn't keep in touch. I could tell he was lonely. I felt a little sorry for him, so I let him talk, figuring it wouldn't hurt to listen for a while. But then something changed. His questions got more personal, more specific. He started asking about my routine, my family, where I lived. Stuff that didn't seem relevant to casual conversation. I tried to steer the conversation away, but he kept circling back to me, his eyes locked on my face, watching every expression. I started feeling uncomfortable, but I told myself it was nothing. Just a lonely guy, maybe a little socially awkward. Finally, the announcement came over the speakers that our flight was ready for boarding. Relief washed over me. I stood up, said something about needing to grab my things, hoping he'd stay behind. But he stood up too, a little too close behind me. As I moved toward the boarding line, I glanced back, hoping he'd get the message and back off. But he was right there, practically breathing down my neck. I told myself it was just a coincidence that he was probably eager to board like everyone else. But then he didn't fall back. When I got to the front of the line, the attendant asked for my boarding pass. I handed it over, trying not to look at him, hoping he'd move on. But instead, he stepped right up beside me, his face serious, and said to the attendant, "I'm with her. We're together." My stomach dropped. I turned to look at him, my mouth open, trying to say something, but he just kept insisting, telling the attendant we were a couple, that we'd been sitting together the whole time. I could see the attendant looking back and forth between us, unsure of what to believe. "No, we're not," I managed to stammer. "I don't know him." The attendant frowned, still looking between us, as Mike kept insisting. He was calm, persistent, like he'd rehearsed this or done it before. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, the blood rushing to my ears. I was ready to ask for security when he finally backed off, giving me a hard, unreadable look. "All right," he said, his voice cold, almost disappointed. "If that's how it is." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I felt a wave of relief, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me. I boarded the plane, trying to convince myself it was over, that he was just some random creep. But then as I buckled in and looked down the aisle, there he was again, standing at the entrance to the plane, talking to one of the flight attendants. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I saw him glance down the aisle, looking right at me. I sank into my seat, hoping he wouldn't come any closer. He didn't, though. After a minute, the attendants shook their heads and he was forced to leave. But that look he gave me stayed with me for the whole flight, cold and angry, like I'd wronged him somehow. When we landed, I grabbed my bags and rushed off the plane, practically running through the airport, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. I kept expecting to see him, to feel his eyes on me, but he wasn't there. I told myself it was just a bad encounter, a weird guy who got too attached and tried to let it go, but the feeling never quite left. For weeks, every time I was out in public, I'd catch myself looking around, checking for him. It's been months now, but sometimes, late at night, I still feel that cold, intense stare, as if he's somewhere close, waiting for the right moment. And I wonder if, the next time I fly, he'll be there too, ready to pick up where he left off. It was a little past midnight. The rain was coming down in heavy sheets and the empty highway stretched out ahead, dark and slick. I was driving back home, and I couldn't wait to get out of the storm. My hands were tight on the wheel, gripping it a bit too hard. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, the wipers working overtime but barely keeping up. Every now and then a flash of lightning lit up the sky, but otherwise it was just the dim glow of my headlights against the endless dark road. It was one of those nights where every sound felt louder, sharper. The rain slamming against the car, the squeak of the wipers, the hum of the engine. It all felt overwhelming. The drive had already been long, and the weather was only making it worse. There wasn't a single other car on the road, just me and the storm. But then, out of nowhere, a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, coming up fast. For a second, I felt a weird sense of relief. Another car meant I wasn't completely alone out here. But as it got closer, the feeling shifted. The headlights stayed behind me, too close, almost tailgating. My hands tightened on the wheel even more, and I tried to focus on the road ahead. I figured they'd pass me soon enough. But they didn't. I tapped my brakes lightly, a signal for them to back off a bit. They didn't. If anything, they got closer. My heart started pounding a little harder, and I took a slow breath, trying to keep calm. I was in the middle of nowhere, in a storm, with someone practically breathing down my neck on the road. It didn't feel right. Not one bit. I decided to speed up a bit just to put some distance between us. The car behind me matched my speed. I could see it in the mirror, creeping along, headlights glaring into my eyes. My gut tightened, and I felt my chest get heavy. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. The road stretched out in front of me, empty and dark. But now it felt like a trap. I pressed harder on the gas, speeding up more than I normally would on a night like this. But whoever was behind me just kept up, keeping the same distance, their headlights still beaming straight into my rear view. A part of me wanted to pull over and let them pass, but another part of me didn't trust that idea. Out here, in the middle of a storm, with a stranger acting weird? No way. I wasn't going to stop. Instead, I decided to just keep going and ignore them. Maybe they'd get bored and back off. But they didn't. I noticed an old run-down gas station up ahead, its sign barely lit and flickering in the rain. I figured it was my best shot. I slowed down, signaling to turn off the highway. The car behind me followed. My pulse quickened, and I felt a cold sweat prickling on the back of my neck. This was getting stranger by the minute. I pulled into the gas station, parking under the lone streetlight that seemed to be working. The car followed, parking a few spaces away but staying close enough to make me nervous. I took a deep breath, telling myself to stay calm. Maybe they just needed gas like me, but I wasn't buying it. I watched them in my mirror. They hadn't gotten out. I couldn't see much through the rain-splattered glass, but it looked like two people were in the car, both just sitting there, facing my direction. The longer I looked, the heavier my chest felt. Something was off. I kept the engine running, thinking about leaving, but the gas light on my dashboard was flashing. I wouldn't make it much farther without refueling. I had to get out, but I didn't want to give them a chance to come closer. I grabbed my wallet and phone, tucking them into my pocket before stepping out of the car. The rain hit me hard, cold, and unrelenting. I hurried to the pump, swiping my card and starting to fill the tank as quickly as possible. I kept my head down, but my eyes were constantly darting toward the other car. The driver's window was rolled down a crack, and I thought I saw movement. It made my skin crawl. The gas pump clicked, signaling the tank was full. I replaced the nozzle and got back in the car, breathing a sigh of relief as I locked the doors. I didn't look over at the other car again. I just wanted to get out of there. But as I put the car in drive, my headlights caught a figure stepping out of the other car. A man. He was tall, wearing a dark rain jacket with the hood pulled up, and he was looking straight at me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I tightened my grip on the wheel, forcing myself to stay calm. I pulled out of the gas station and back onto the highway, hoping he wouldn't follow. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw the headlights again. He was right behind me, closer than ever. I swallowed, trying to focus on the road, but my mind was racing. Why was he following me? What did he want? I tried to lose him, pushing the car faster than I normally would on a wet road. The tires skidded slightly, but I kept control, my heart racing with every turn. No matter how fast I went, he kept up, his headlights glaring in the mirror, never backing off. The tension in my chest grew, pressing down like a weight, and my hands were starting to cramp from gripping the wheel so hard. A few miles down, I saw a small rest area up ahead. I didn't want to stop, but I needed a plan. I pulled into the rest area, parking as far back in the lot as I could. Maybe if I parked in the dark, he wouldn't see me. I turned off my lights and watched him drive past. Relief flooded me, but I knew it was only temporary. I waited a few minutes, then pulled back onto the road, hoping he'd given up. But within minutes, his headlights appeared in the rearview mirror again, coming up fast. My heart dropped. He hadn't lost me. He'd just been waiting. I didn't have many options left. The road stretched on ahead, dark and empty, and I was running out of places to go. I needed to get to a town, somewhere with people, lights, maybe even a police station. But out here, there was nothing but road and rain. The car behind me sped up, getting even closer. I could feel the heat of his headlights, the pressure of his presence right on my tail. I was on the edge, panic clawing at me, every instinct telling me to get out, to run, but there was nowhere to go. Then, out of nowhere, he swerved around me, pulling up beside my car, just close enough that I could see him through the rain-streaked window. His face was hidden in shadows, but I could see the outline of his jaw, the glint of his eyes staring straight at me. He didn't say anything, didn't gesture. He just stared, keeping pace with me, his car riding dangerously close. I kept my eyes forward, my pulse pounding in my ears, trying not to react. If I just ignored him, maybe he'd leave. But he didn't. He swerved back behind me, flashing his high beams, filling the car with blinding light. My stomach twisted and I gripped the wheel, forcing myself to keep driving. Finally, I saw the lights of a town up ahead. It was small, barely more than a cluster of buildings and a few streetlights, but it was something. I pushed the car as fast as it would go, desperate to reach the safety of the lights. But just as I got close, he sped up, pulling in front of me and blocking the road. I hit the brakes, skidding to a stop, my heart racing. He didn't move, just sat there, his car blocking my path, his headlights glaring. I felt trapped, the weight of his stare pressing down on me, the fear crawling up my spine. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew it wasn't good. I kept my doors locked, my phone clutched in my hand, but I didn't have any signal out here. The rain kept pounding on the roof, the sound filling the silence as we sat there facing off. I was out of options, trapped on this dark, empty road with a stranger who wouldn't back down. Finally, he started moving, slowly pulling his car to the side, letting me pass. I didn't wait. I drove past him, my heart in my throat, not daring to look back. I just kept going, the lights of the town growing closer, the tension slowly easing as I left him behind. But as I glanced in the mirror, I saw his headlights again, far off but still following. He was letting me go, but he wasn't done yet. It was close to midnight and the storm had been raging for hours. The rain hammered against my windows, loud and unrelenting. Thunder cracked every few minutes, rattling the walls, making the lights flicker. I was alone in my apartment, just trying to ride out the storm. I had some candles lit on the table in front of me, a flashlight nearby, just in case the power went out for good. Outside, the streets were empty, and everything looked drowned in shadows. I'd tried watching TV to pass the time, but the sound of the rain was so loud I could barely hear it. Eventually, I gave up and just sat there, staring at the flickering candles, listening to the rain batter the building. I don't know what time it was when I first heard the scratching. It was faint at first, almost drowned out by the rain. I thought I imagined it, but then I heard it again, a light, persistent scraping against the wood of my front door. I froze, straining to listen. The rain pounded on, the sound of it almost deafening, but there it was, the scraping, a slow, deliberate sound, like fingernails on wood. I glanced at the door, my heart starting to pound. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at this hour and in this weather. I told myself it was probably just the wind. Maybe something outside was getting blown against the door. But as I sat there, the scratching continued, growing louder, more insistent. It didn't sound like the wind. It sounded like someone, or something, was right on the other side of the door. I swallowed, feeling a cold sweat starting to prickle along my back. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to go near that door, but I knew I had to. I grabbed the flashlight, switching it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. My hand was shaking as I stood up, taking slow, cautious steps toward the door. The scratching stopped as I got closer, replaced by a heavy silence. I held my breath, waiting, listening. The only sound was the rain beating down outside, and for a moment I thought maybe it had just been my imagination. Maybe I was hearing things. But then there was a thud. A dull, solid thud, like someone knocking, followed by the scratching again, harder this time. I flinched, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct telling me to back away. But I forced myself to move closer, peering through the peephole. I couldn't see anything, just darkness, the rain blurring my view. But the scratching continued, steady, relentless. I felt a wave of fear, cold and sharp, settling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't know who or what was out there, but it was clear they weren't going away. I took a step back, gripping the flashlight like a weapon, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. I considered calling the police, but I didn't want to turn my back on the door. It felt like as soon as I did, whatever was on the other side would force its way in. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to calm down. It was just a storm. Maybe someone was stranded, maybe they needed help. But the thought didn't make me feel any better. Something about this didn't feel right. Then, out of nowhere, there was a voice. A man's voice, muffled by the door, but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. "Let me in," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Please, I need help." I didn't respond. I just stood there, frozen, my heart racing. The man knocked again, louder this time. "Please," he said, his voice sounding more desperate. "I can't stay out here. I'm scared." I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to open the door, to see if he really needed help. But another part of me, a bigger part, felt a deep, instinctual fear telling me to stay away, to keep the door locked. I could feel my palms sweating, the flashlight slipping in my grip. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, his voice turning soft, almost pleading. "I just need to come in." I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing, trying to think. The rain was still pounding outside, drowning out everything else. I was alone, and there was no one nearby to help if things went wrong. I took a step back, my mind screaming at me to stay away from the door. Then there was a loud bang. The door shook and I flinched, nearly dropping the flashlight. He was trying to force his way in. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I stumbled back, feeling the wall at my back, feeling trapped. There was nowhere to go. "Let me in," he shouted, his voice filled with anger now, desperation gone. "You have to let me in." I didn't respond. I could barely breathe, my whole body tense, my fingers gripping the flashlight so hard it hurt. He banged on the door again, harder this time, each thud echoing through the empty apartment. I thought about running, about getting to the bedroom and locking myself in. But as I took a step toward the hallway, I heard the sound of the lock jiggling. My blood ran cold. He was trying to pick the lock. I backed away, my mind racing, trying to think of what to do. The only thing I could think of was to block the door somehow, to keep him out. I grabbed a small table from the hallway, shoving it against the door, my hands shaking as I did it. The scratching stopped, and for a second, I thought maybe he'd given up. But then I heard a laugh, a low, dark chuckle that made my skin crawl. "You can't keep me out," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "I'll get in eventually." I didn't respond. I just stood there, my back pressed against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest. The rain was still coming down hard, the wind howling outside, but all I could hear was his voice taunting me, daring me to open the door. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I needed to call for help. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it. I dialed 911, pressing the phone to my ear, praying someone would answer. But all I heard was silence. The storm must have knocked out the signal. I was completely cut off, alone with no way to call for help. The man banged on the door again, harder this time, the sound echoing through the apartment. I could feel the table starting to give way, the wood creaking under the pressure. I backed up, grabbing a kitchen knife from the counter, holding it in front of me like a weapon. "Open the door," he shouted, his voice filled with fury. "I won't ask again." I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing, trying to think of a way out. I could run, try to get to the fire escape, but that would mean getting close to the door, close to him. I didn't want to risk it. Then everything went quiet. The banging stopped, the scratching stopped, and there was nothing but the sound of the rain outside pounding against the windows. I held my breath, waiting, listening, my heart racing. And then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving away from the door, down the hallway. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. Maybe he'd finally given up. Maybe he was leaving. I waited a few minutes, listening to make sure he was gone. The apartment was silent, the only sound the rain outside. I started to relax, lowering the knife, feeling my heartbeat start to slow. But then I heard it, a faint scratching, this time coming from one of the windows. My blood ran cold, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see what was out there, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned, my eyes fixed on the window, and there he was. His face was pressed against the glass, his eyes wide, staring right at me. He was smiling, a cold, twisted smile that sent a chill down my spine. I stumbled back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. He shouldn't have been able to get to the window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. There was no way he could have climbed up there, but there he was, staring at me, his smile growing wider, his eyes filled with something dark and unexplainable. I backed up, my heart racing, the knife slipping from my hand and clattering to the floor. I felt trapped, like there was nowhere to go, no way to escape. He tapped on the window, the sound sharp and deliberate. Then he mouthed something, his lips moving slowly, forming words I couldn't hear but could understand. "I'm coming in." I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, grabbing my phone, my keys, anything I could reach. I didn't care about the storm, didn't care about anything except getting out of that apartment. I bolted for the door, flinging it open and running down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. I could feel him behind me, feel his eyes on me, but I didn't look back. I just kept running, my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps. I didn't stop until I was outside, the rain hitting me like a wall, soaking me instantly. I stumbled down the steps, my mind racing, my whole body shaking with fear. I don't know how long I stood there drenched and terrified before I finally calmed down enough to call for help. When the police arrived, they searched the apartment, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. But I know what I saw. I know he was there, right outside my door, scratching, waiting. And I know that wherever he is now, he's still waiting, still watching, still ready to come in. It was supposed to be a simple shortcut. My girlfriend Emma and I were driving back late at night after visiting her parents. We were tired. The rain had been coming down for hours, and taking the forest road seemed like the quickest way home. The GPS showed a clear route, and we figured we'd shave off at least 30 minutes. It wasn't the most well-lit road, and it was narrow, but we'd taken it before during the day, so it didn't seem like a big deal. The rain was relentless, hitting the windshield so hard that even the wipers on full speed weren't doing much. The road ahead was dark, except for the thin line of headlights stretching forward, illuminating trees that seemed to close in around us. Emma was dozing off, leaning against the window. I kept one hand on the wheel, my other tapping on my knee, feeling that edgy exhaustion that creeps in after a long drive. The only sound was the rain and the hum of the engine. About halfway down the road, the rain started coming down even harder, like sheets. I slowed down to be safe, barely able to see past the hood of the car. That's when Emma stirred, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Where are we?" she mumbled, glancing around. "On that forest shortcut," I said. "It's just taking longer than usual with this rain." She nodded, squinting out the window. "I don't remember it being this dark." I shrugged, but I could feel it too, a sense of unease creeping in. It wasn't just the rain or the dark. Something felt off, but I brushed it off. We were both tired, and the rain had us on edge. We kept driving, both of us now wide awake, when I noticed a light up ahead. At first, I thought it was a street light, maybe a gas station, but as we got closer, it became clear. It was an old wooden house, sitting just off the road. It looked abandoned, with one dim, flickering light glowing in the front window. Emma leaned forward, her eyebrows furrowing. "Has that house always been there?" I shook my head, a chill creeping up my spine. "Not that I remember." I considered driving past, but then Emma nudged my arm. "Pull over," she said. "I need a quick break. Maybe we can see if there's anyone inside who can tell us how far this road goes." I didn't love the idea, but I could see she was serious, and there weren't exactly any other options. I pulled over to the side of the road, parking a few feet from the house. The car lights barely reached the edges of the porch, casting shadows that seemed to shift with the rain. We sat there in silence for a moment, just staring at the house. It was small, probably one of those old hunting cabins, with peeling paint and wooden shutters hanging crooked. The porch was empty, and there was no car or sign of anyone nearby. The dim light flickered, casting strange shadows in the window. "You sure about this?" I asked, glancing at Emma. She shrugged, but I could see the curiosity in her eyes. "Come on, just a quick look." We stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking us as we hurried across the muddy yard. My boots sank into the ground with each step, and Emma kept close to my side. clutching my arm. The air was cold and everything felt heavier, the sounds of the rain swallowing up any other noise. We climbed the creaky steps to the porch, and I could feel the boards sagging under my weight. I glanced over my shoulder at the car, a part of me wanting to just turn back and leave, but Emma was already reaching for the door, her hand hovering over the handle. She knocked first, a soft, hesitant knock that barely echoed over the rain. We waited, but there was no answer. She knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up, a sense of dread settling in. I grabbed her arm. "Emma, let's just go. No one's here." But she shook her head, pushing the door open. It creaked, swinging inward, revealing a dark hallway beyond. The dim light from the window barely illuminated the room, casting everything in a sickly, yellow glow. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing off the empty walls. Silence. We took a step inside, and immediately a musty smell hit us, thick and stale, like the place hadn't been aired out in years. I wanted to turn back, but Emma kept moving forward, drawn in by curiosity. The inside of the house was even more run down than the outside. The walls were cracked, peeling, and there was old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, flickering as it swung slightly, casting strange shadows that made it hard to see clearly. As we moved deeper into the house, the silence grew heavier, pressing down on us. Every step we took echoed, the old floorboards creaking and groaning beneath our feet. There was something about the place that felt wrong, like we were intruding. Emma stopped in front of a closed door on the left, her hand resting on the doorknob. She glanced at me, her face tense. "Should we check?" I shook my head, feeling a strong urge to get out of there. "I think we should go. This place gives me the creeps." But she ignored me, slowly turning the knob and pushing the door open. Inside was a small, dimly lit room with an old table and 2 chairs. The walls were bare, and the only thing in the room was a single photograph, hung slightly crooked on the wall. We stepped inside, both of us staring at the photo. It was an old black and white picture of a man standing in front of the same house, staring at the camera with a blank expression. There was something unsettling about his eyes, the way they seemed to follow you, even in the stillness of the photograph. Emma stepped closer, studying the picture. "Who do you think he is?" I shrugged, keeping my distance. "Probably the guy who used to live here." But I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't supposed to be there, that something was watching us. I turned, glancing back toward the hallway, and that's when I saw it, a shadow just at the edge of my vision, standing near the front door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was tall, dark, its outline barely visible in the dim light. I blinked and it was gone, the doorway empty again. "Let's go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Emma, we need to go now." She turned, seeing the look on my face, and for once, she didn't argue. We backed out of the room, moving quickly down the hallway, every instinct screaming at me to get out of there. But as we reached the front door, it suddenly slammed shut in front of us, the sound echoing through the house. Emma gasped, grabbing my arm, her face pale. "Did you see that?" I nodded, swallowing hard, my heart pounding. "Let's just get out. We'll find another way." We turned, hurrying down the hallway, but the house felt like a maze, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. Every door we tried was locked. Every hallway seemed to lead back to the same place. It was like the house was alive, shifting around us, trapping us inside. Finally, we found a staircase leading down to a basement. I hesitated, staring into the darkness below, but it felt like our only option. We started down the stairs, our footsteps echoing, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. At the bottom, the basement was pitch black, the only light coming from the faint glow of Emma's phone. We moved slowly, every sound amplified in the silence, every creak and groan of the house sending chills down my spine. And then we saw it. A door, slightly ajar, with a faint light coming from the other side. Emma moved toward it, her hand reaching out to push it open, but I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Wait," I whispered, my voice shaking. "We don't know what's in there." She nodded, but her curiosity got the better of her. She pushed the door open and we stepped inside. The room was small and empty, except for a single chair in the center. On it sat the man from the photograph, his eyes wide, staring at us with a cold, empty gaze. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, and his hands were folded neatly in his lap. Emma let out a choked gasp, backing away, her hand over her mouth. But I couldn't move, frozen in place, locked in his gaze. He didn't blink, didn't move, just sat there staring. I felt a cold sweat breaking out, my heart racing, every instinct telling me to run. I grabbed Emma's arm, pulling her back, and we stumbled out of the room, slamming the door behind us. We ran up the stairs, not looking back, desperate to escape. As we reached the top, the front door was open, the rain pouring in. Without thinking, we bolted for it, bursting out into the night, the cold rain hitting us like a slap to the face. We ran to the car, jumping in and locking the doors, our breaths coming in short, panicked gasps. I started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, peeling out of there as fast as I could. We didn't look back. We just drove, the house disappearing into the darkness, the rain washing away the fear but not the memory of what we'd seen. And even now, I can still feel those eyes, watching, waiting, knowing that somewhere out there, that house and its occupant are still waiting for the next curious visitors. It was supposed to be a fun camping trip. Just me and my friend Alex, 2 days out in the forest to unwind, get away from the noise. We'd planned everything, packed the tents, food, flashlights, even a few beers to keep it relaxed. We'd been out camping plenty of times, so this was nothing new. The first day was perfect. We found a nice spot in a clearing surrounded by trees, not too far from the trail, but secluded enough that we didn't expect to run into anyone. We set up the tents, built a small fire, and by sunset, we were settled in. Just the two of us sitting around the fire, talking about work, life, all the stuff you never get around to in the city. As the night went on, the forest around us grew quieter. The fire crackled, casting a warm glow on our faces while the cold started creeping in. We both sat back, drinking, laughing, relaxed. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional owl hooting in the distance. It was just what we'd hoped for, a peaceful escape. Then, just past midnight, we heard it. A laugh, faint but clear, cutting through the silence like a knife. Alex and I froze, our eyes meeting across the fire. I could see the same unease in his face that I was feeling. The laugh didn't sound friendly. It was this strange, unnatural sound, almost like it was mocking us. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice low, trying not to sound too freaked out. Alex nodded, glancing over his shoulder, his face tense. Maybe someone's camping nearby? I wanted to believe that, but something didn't feel right. We hadn't seen anyone on the trail all day, and we were pretty far out. I told myself it was probably nothing, just someone else having fun like us. But a few minutes later, we heard it again. This time it was louder, closer. It echoed through the trees, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It didn't sound like any laugh I'd heard before. It was almost hollow, like whoever was laughing didn't have any real joy in it. We put out the fire, deciding it was better to keep a low profile. Sitting there in the dark, the forest around us felt different, more menacing. Every little sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves, the rustle of branches, the faint echo of the laugh drifting in and out. After a while, the laughing stopped and we let out a breath, hoping that was the end of it. But then we heard footsteps, soft, slow, moving around the camp. I strained to see through the darkness, but the moon was hidden by clouds and everything was pitch black. I could feel Alex next to me, his body tense, both of us barely breathing. The footsteps grew louder, circling our tents. Whoever it was, they were moving deliberately, like they knew we were there, like they were toying with us. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I gripped my flashlight, resisting the urge to turn it on. The last thing I wanted was to let them know exactly where we were. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, without warning, someone, or something, started rummaging through our bags, tossing things around, making a mess. I could hear cans clinking, fabric rustling, the sound of zippers opening. I could feel Alex beside me, holding his breath, just as freaked out as I was. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds stopped. Silence settled over the camp again, but neither of us dared to move. We sat there, frozen, waiting. I kept my grip tight on the flashlight, ready to use it if I had to. I could feel the sweat on my forehead, my body tense, every muscle on edge. Then, we heard the laugh again. This time it was right behind us. I couldn't take it anymore. I flicked on the flashlight, swinging it around, searching the darkness. But there was nothing. Just trees, shadows, the empty clearing. The laugh echoed again, this time from the other side of the camp, as if it was moving around us, taunting us. "Let's get out of here," I whispered to Alex, my voice shaking. He didn't argue. We grabbed our bags, barely stopping to check if we had everything. I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. We started down the trail, moving fast, our flashlights cutting through the dark. The only sounds were our footsteps and the pounding of my heart in my ears. But as we walked, I kept hearing things behind us, branches snapping, leaves rustling, that damned laugh following us. Every now and then I'd glance over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone there, but there was never anything. Just shadows dancing in the flashlight's beam. Alex was quiet, his face pale, focused on moving forward. I could tell he was just as scared as I was. After about an hour, we reached a small clearing and decided to rest, both of us out of breath, drenched in sweat. I kept my flashlight pointed at the trees, my hands shaking. I didn't trust the silence around us. It felt wrong, too heavy, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Suddenly we heard footsteps again, coming from the direction we'd just come from. Slow, deliberate, like whoever it was knew we'd stop. I saw Alex's eyes widen, and we both stood up, backing away, our flashlights shaking as we aimed them at the trees. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely steady. No answer, just the footsteps getting closer, closing in. My mind was racing, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, rooted to the spot, staring into the darkness, waiting for something to appear. And then we saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the clearing. Tall, shadowy, its face hidden in the darkness. It stood there, watching us, not moving, just standing there. I felt a chill go down my spine, my blood running cold. I couldn't see its face, couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its eyes on me, feel it watching, waiting. Alex grabbed my arm, snapping me out of it. "Run," he whispered, his voice shaking. We turned and ran, not looking back, our footsteps pounding against the ground, our breaths coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't care where we were going, didn't care if we got lost. I just wanted to get away from whatever was out there. We ran for what felt like hours, the forest blurring around us, shadows closing in. I could still hear the footsteps behind us, steady, relentless, following us no matter how fast we went. The laughter came again, echoing through the trees, closer than ever. Finally, we stumbled onto a familiar part of the trail, a small marker we'd passed on the way in. I felt a surge of relief, knowing we were close to the parking lot, close to safety. We pushed ourselves harder, our legs burning, lungs aching, but we didn't stop. When we finally reached the parking lot, we bolted for the car, fumbling with the keys, our hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the door open. We jumped in, slamming the doors, locking them, and I turned the engine on, peeling out of there as fast as I could. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the lot, watching us. But there was nothing. Just darkness, the empty forest, silent once more. We didn't say a word the entire drive back. We just sat there, staring straight ahead, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I didn't know what we'd seen. Didn't want to think about it. All I knew was that something out there had been watching us, following us, playing with us. And as much as I tried to push it from my mind, I knew that laugh, that hollow, mocking laugh, would haunt me for a long, long time. It was late, and I was miles away from anywhere when my car decided to break down. The rain was coming down hard, hammering against the roof as I sat there, trying to figure out what to do. I'd been driving for hours, just wanting to get home. The dashboard lights flickered, and the engine had coughed one last time before everything went silent. Just my luck. I sat back in my seat, staring at the rain pouring down, feeling the chill from the cold creeping into the car. There were no streetlights, no other cars, just the endless stretch of road and the forest on either side. I tried my phone, but of course there was no signal out here. Typical. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I could probably walk back to the last gas station I'd seen, though it had to be a few miles back. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw headlights coming down the road. A single pair of headlights cutting through the rain, growing closer. My heart lifted for a second. Maybe they'd be able to help me out, or at least give me a lift to the gas station. I got out of the car, waving as the vehicle slowed down and pulled up behind me. It was an old truck, the kind that had seen better days. The driver rolled down the window and I could see a man inside, probably in his 40s, with a heavy beard and a worn cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked at me, and I felt a twinge of something, maybe unease, but I brushed it off. "Need a hand?" he asked, his voice a low rumble over the rain. "Yeah, my car just died," I said. "I think it's the battery. Do you happen to have cables or something?" He nodded slowly, glancing at my car. "I might have something in the back. Mind if I take a look?" "Sure, go ahead," I said, stepping back. He got out, moving slowly, his boots crunching against the gravel as he walked over to my car. He leaned in, peering under the hood, not saying a word. The rain poured down, soaking us both, but he didn't seem to mind. I watched him, feeling a bit of relief. Maybe this guy would actually get me out of this mess. But then he straightened up, looking back at me with an odd expression. "Looks like more than just the battery," he said, his voice still that same low tone. "Might take a while to fix." My stomach sank. "Oh, well, do you think you could give me a ride to the nearest gas station?" He paused, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, hop in." I hesitated for a moment, that little twinge of unease creeping back. But it was late, cold, and wet, and I didn't have many options. I climbed into the passenger seat, pulling the door shut behind me as he got back behind the wheel. The inside of the truck was old and smelled faintly of tobacco and something else I couldn't quite place. The man started driving, the engine growling as we rolled down the road. For a few minutes, neither of us said anything, just listening to the rain beating against the windows. "So, how far is the gas station?" I asked, trying to break the silence. He didn't answer right away, just kept his eyes on the road, his hands gripping the wheel. "Not too far," he said finally. I nodded, but something about his tone made me uneasy. I shifted in my seat, glancing out the window. The rain was coming down so hard I could barely see anything, just dark shapes rushing by in the night. After a few more minutes of silence, he spoke again, his voice quieter this time. "You're lucky I came by. Not many people on this road at night." "Yeah, lucky," I said, forcing a smile. He glanced over at me, his eyes dark and unreadable. "Where you headed anyway?" "Just home," I replied, keeping my answer short. I didn't want to give away too much. He nodded, but didn't say anything else. The silence stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable. I could feel the tension building, my heart starting to beat faster. Something about this guy felt off. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't shake the feeling. As we kept driving, I realized we'd been on the road longer than I expected. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, but it wasn't working. I had no idea how much time had passed. Are we almost there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, his gaze fixed on the road. Finally, he spoke, his tone colder than before. Not much farther now. A chill ran down my spine. I glanced out the window again, but I couldn't see anything familiar. The road was still dark, lined with trees, stretching endlessly into the night. My pulse quickened, a sense of panic starting to creep in. I didn't recognize this part of the road. It didn't look like we were anywhere near a gas station. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't remember it being this far. He glanced at me, his eyes narrowing. Don't worry about it. I know this road. Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I shifted in my seat, glancing at the door, my hand inching toward the handle. The rain was still coming down hard, but I'd rather take my chances out there than stay in the truck with this guy. But before I could do anything, he slowed down, pulling off onto a narrow dirt path leading into the woods. My heart started pounding, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. Why are we stopping here? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked at me, a strange smile creeping onto his face. Just a quick detour. Won't take long. My instincts were screaming at me to get out, to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to be smart about this. I reached for my phone, but of course there was still no signal. I was on my own. He parked the truck and turned off the engine, the silence pressing down on us. I could hear the rain pounding on the roof, the sound somehow louder in the stillness. He just sat there, staring at me, that unsettling smile still on his face. All right, he said, his voice low and cold. Let's go. I didn't move, my hand still on the door handle. Go where? He leaned in, his smile widening. Come on, I don't bite. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw open the door, jumping out into the rain, my heart racing. I didn't look back, just started running, my feet slipping in the mud as I stumbled into the darkness. Behind me, I heard him shout, his voice echoing through the trees. Where do you think you're going? I didn't answer, didn't stop. I just kept running, the rain blinding me, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy and fast, getting closer. My legs were burning, my lungs aching, but I pushed myself harder, refusing to look back. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to keep moving, had to get as far away from him as possible. The trees closed in around me, the branches scratching at my skin, the mud pulling at my feet. But I didn't care. I'd rather face the forest than whatever he had planned. Finally, I saw a faint light up ahead, cutting through the darkness. I stumbled toward it, my heart pounding, hoping it was a house, a cabin, anything with people. As I got closer, I realized it was a small, rundown cabin. The windows dark, the door slightly open. I didn't have a choice. I ran inside, slamming the door behind me, my back pressed against the wood as I tried to catch my breath. The cabin was empty, silent, but at least it was shelter. At least I was away from him. I heard footsteps outside, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. My heart raced, my hands shaking as I pressed myself against the wall, trying to stay quiet. The footsteps stopped right outside the door, and I held my breath, waiting, praying he wouldn't come in. But then the door creaked, and I saw his silhouette in the doorway, his figure blocking out the rain. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room, a twisted smile on his face. There you are, he said, his voice low and menacing. I told you there's nowhere to run. I backed away, my hands searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a heavy, rusted wrench on the table, and I gripped it tight, ready to fight if I had to. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on me, his smile widening. You really thought you could get away? I didn't answer, my breath coming in short gasps, my heart pounding. He took another step, and I swung the wrench, hitting him square in the shoulder. He stumbled back, his face contorted in pain, but he didn't fall. He just looked at me, his eyes dark and angry. You're going to regret that, he growled, lunging at me. I swung the wrench again, hitting him in the side, but he barely flinched. His hand closed around my arm, his grip tight, crushing, and I felt a surge of panic. I struggled, trying to break free, but he was too strong. In a last-ditch effort, I kicked him in the shin, throwing him off balance just enough for me to slip out of his grip. I bolted for the door, barely making it outside before he was after me again, his footsteps pounding behind me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just kept running, the rain blinding me, my lungs burning. I could hear him shouting, his voice filled with rage, but I didn't care. I just kept going, my only thought to get as far away as possible. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw headlights in the distance. I stumbled toward the road, waving my arms, praying the driver would stop. The car pulled over and a woman rolled down the window, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you all right?" I didn't have time to explain. I just climbed in, slamming the door behind me. "Please, just drive, now." She didn't ask questions. She just hit the gas and we sped down the road, leaving the forest and him far behind. As we drove, I glanced back, half expecting to see him standing on the side of the road, watching us. But there was nothing, just darkness and rain, the nightmare finally over.